Lundeen. Baisley.
I got a quick announcement before we go into resolutions, just FYI. We can raise the call. Robert, you want to raise the call? You ready?
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. An announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just wanted to let you know, since we'll have a long day on the floor and you might have some time, as a reminder, today is the deadline to place a General Assembly merchandise order. If you don't have the information, please see the docket clerk. Tammy, if you have any questions.
Very good. Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SJR 018.
Senate Joint Resolution 018 by Senators Winter and Frizzell and Representatives Duran and Puglisi concerning Sexual Assault Awareness Month and in connection therewith recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designating April 30th, 2025 as Colorado Denim Day.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 16.
018?
Oh,
18?
I'm
018.
018. And I would like to ask for it to be read at length.
Mr. Schaffler, please read SJR 018 at length.
Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month officially began in 2001, though the movement to raise awareness for and put an end to sexual violence can be traced back much further, and whereas decades of activism and persistence by survivors and advocates led to the founding of the first Rape Crisis Center in the United States in 1971, and the passage of legislation and funding to support survivors, including the Violence Against Women Act of 1994, and whereas the Denim Day campaign was originally spurred in 1998 when the Italian Supreme Court overturned a rape conviction after the justices believed that because the victim was wearing tight jeans, she must have helped her rapist remove her pants, thereby implying consent. And whereas the following day, women in the Italian parliament came to work wearing jeans to show their solidarity with the victim, and the following year the Denim Day campaign began in the United States, where participants are encouraged to wear jeans, symbolizing protest against attitudes condoning sexual assault. And whereas the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault, CCASA, has served as the collective voice for sexual assault survivors and service providers in public policy initiatives, education, training, and collaborative efforts for more than 4 decades, and has worked with the Colorado General Assembly to pass laws that provide protection and support for survivors of sexual assault. And whereas since 2013, CCASA has hosted Colorado Denim Day, thereby continuing the movement of political representation for sexual assault survivors and bringing necessary awareness toward the issue of sexual assault to the Colorado community. And whereas the Colorado Denim Day 2025 theme is Denim Isn't Always Denim, Believe Survivors, Act Together, Prevent Violence, highlighting the importance of recognizing that vulnerable communities face increased risk of sexual violence due to their intersecting identities. And whereas supportive services are critical mechanisms to stabilize and support survivors, and service providers across Colorado continue to face funding cuts and threats to programming, especially culturally specific services and those in rural communities. And whereas few resources are allocated to preventing sexual violence, yet primary prevention strategies promote safe and supportive communities for all. And whereas Denim Day is an opportunity to bring attention to the failures of the legal system to take sexual assault seriously and support survivors, such as the current sexual assault evidence kit backlog in the Colorado Bureau of Investigation that has left survivors waiting on average 560 days to receive results and obstructed survivors' ability to seek justice, safety, and healing. And whereas continued action is needed to further expand support services, treat survivors with respect and care, and prevent sexual violence throughout the state so that we can all continue to do what we do in Denim without fear of experiencing sexual violence. And whereas recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day and bringing attention to the ongoing effort to put an end to sexual violence remain critically important. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, recognize April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designate April 30th, 2025 as Colorado Denim Day, a statewide event aligning with Denim Day events across the world. And we are proud to recognize CCASA and other organizations that work to unite Colorado communities in support of ending sexual violence. Be it further resolved that a copy of this joint resolution be sent to Serene Lambright Dale, Board President of CCASA.
Senator Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please have a seat. It's great to see everyone here in their denim and without ties. That means that our box must be heavier than it was yesterday. And thank you so much for participating. We've talked about how this day came to be, but I'd just like to talk about how still pervasive this is. Last year, I was really proud to put my name on a bill that prohibited what a woman wears and how her hair is styled to be used against her in court, because that still happens. I mean, this is 2025, and we shouldn't be even considering that, but it's still a thing. And so that's why days like this, months like this, are incredibly important to women and men throughout the state of Colorado.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for recognizing Denim Day, because truly everyone should be able to wear what they want to wear and express themselves and not be open to sexual assault or being blamed for that own assault. And so many victims don't come forward because they don't think they're going to be believed. Every 68 seconds, an American suffers from the pain and trauma of a sexual assault. And sexual violence is one of the most serious public health problems in the United States. 1 in 3 Colorado residents will experience sexual violence before the age of 25. So look around the chamber and consider 1 out of 3 of us experience sexual violence before you're 25. Women of color are at greater risk of sexual violence and have lower reporting rates due to the unlikelihood of being believed. People who experience sexual violence deal with lifelong consequences such as PTSD, depression, eating disorders, alcohol and drug use, and risk of suicide. The prevention of sexual assault demands a response from all of us. This is only a snapshot of the way that we show up in Denim today. As we continue doing what we do in Denim, we hope to support a shift in societal norms that tolerates sexual violence and advance protections that prevent future victims of sexual violence from facing blame, shame, and traumatization.
Thank you, Senators. Further discussion? Senator Winter. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of SJR 018. Are there any no votes?
Oh,
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, SJR 25018 is adopted. Now, co-sponsors.
Do you want to ask? Okay.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the roll call be listed as co-sponsors for this resolution.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors.
okay.
Special orders. Second reading of bills, consent calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 11:20. twice? Oh, Jesus. We take up special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 209, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 216, Senate Bill 217, Senate Bill 218, Senate Bill 219, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 222, Senate Bill 223, Senate Bill 224, Senate Bill 225, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 230, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 236, Senate Bill 237, Senate Bill 238, Senate Bill 239, Senate Bill 240, Senate Bill 241, Senate Bill 243, Senate Bill 244, Senate Bill 246, Senate Bill 248, Senate Bill 249, Senate Bill 250, Senate Bill 252, Senate Bill 253, Senate Bill 256, Senate Bill 259, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 265, Senate Bill 267 at the hour of 11:20 p.m. a.m. The motion said 4:20. I don't know. Shows you where my brain goes.
Discussion on the motion. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and to the Majority Leader and to my colleagues in Democrat Caucus. This motion requires a two-thirds majority vote. I want to call out the fact that my caucus, in fact, supports that. We are happy to take these up on special orders at this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very good. The motion is the Senate take up the bills listed on special orders considered the hour of 11:20. This requires a two-thirds vote. Very good. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate will take up those bills on special orders consented at the hour of 11:20. Special order, second reading of the bills consent calendar. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Wow. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the repeal of certain statutes relating to rodent pest control. Senate Bill 209 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the authority for an offender to refuse placement in a community corrections program after acceptance in the program. Senate Bill 215 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning repealing the Colorado Student Leaders Institute. Senate Bill 216 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning eliminating the requirement for annual reprinting of laws concerning education and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 217 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning repealing the Computer Science Education Teachers Grant Program. Senate Bill 218 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Byrd concerning the Department of Education's permissible use of money that is appropriated for the School Transformation Grant Program. Senate Bill 219 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning repealing the Colorado Career Advisor Training Program. Senate Bill 220 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning repealing the Accelerated College Opportunity Exam Fee Grant Program. Senate Bill 221 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning school district reporting on the total amount of additional mill levy revenue the school district distributes to institute charter schools within the geographic boundary of the school district. Senate Bill 222 by Senator Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning repealing proficiency tests administered by school districts and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 223 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Amabile and Representatives Sirota and Byrd concerning measures to calculate mill levy equalization to determine the distribution of mill levy equalization funding to institute charter schools and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 224 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the repeal of requirement that the Office of Economic Development contract for the mobile application software known as the Buy Colorado app that enables Colorado business users to learn about local businesses that elect to participate in the software. Senate Bill 225 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning a reduction in transfer from the Limited Gaming Fund to the Advanced Industries Acceleration Cash Fund for state fiscal year 2025-26. Senate Bill 227 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning adjustments to appropriations made for the 2024-25 state fiscal year to fund early intervention programs. Senate Bill 230 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning clarifying the distribution of financial assistance to undergraduate students attending participating private institutions of higher education who participate in the College Opportunity Fund Program. Senate Bill 232 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning repealing the Recovery Friendly Workplace Program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 233 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the repeal of the Colorado School of Mines performance contract. Senate Bill 234 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning exempting 2024-25 fiscal year supplemental appropriations for student financial aid from annual appropriation requirements for student financial assistance. Senate Bill 236 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the consolidation of the Colorado Crisis Hotline and the 988 Crisis Hotline Enterprise and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 237 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning repealing the Behavioral Health Voucher Program for rural and agricultural communities and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 238 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the repeal of the 6th through 12th grade Mental Health Screening Act and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 239 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning non-attorney access to the judicial database of public case types. Senate Bill 240 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the creation of the Electronic Discovery in Criminal Cases Task Force. Senate Bill 241 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the deposit of bond forfeiture collections in the Judicial Collection Enhancement Fund. Senate Bill 243 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning reverting money back to the general fund that was originally appropriated from the general fund to the Department of Labor and Employment to be used for the construction of registered apprenticeship grant program. Senate Bill 244 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning modification of the requirement that the state pay a portion of the salary of each assistant district attorney. Senate Bill 246 by Senator Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representative Byrd and Sirota concerning the elimination of the gray and black market marijuana enforcement grant program. Senate Bill 248 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the repeal of the mechanism for transferring to the Capital Construction Fund the amount of cost reductions to a state agency for terminating a lease for private space. Senate Bill 249 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Taggart and Byrd concerning the repeal of the annual transfer of money from the general fund to the state agency sustainability revolving fund. Senate Bill 250 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning repealing the disordered eating prevention program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 252 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the repeal of the Radiation Advisory Committee. Senate Bill 253 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the elimination of certain repeal dates associated with the payment by persons in the animal agriculture sector of fees regarding regulated activities associated with animal feeding operations. Senate Bill 256 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning a transfer to the Public Safety Communications Trust Fund for the support of the digital trunked radio system. Senate Bill 259 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the elimination of state property tax reimbursement for a taxpayer that owes ad valorem property tax on property that has been destroyed by a natural cause. Senate Bill 260 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the repeal of the Colorado Household Financial Recovery Pilot Program Act. Senate Bill 265 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the conversion of continuously appropriated cash funds to cash funds subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 267 by Senator Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning elimination of roll forward authority for a state department's utilities line item.
Thank you, Mr. Schaffler. Is there any discussion of any of the bills on the consent calendar? Oh, you have. All right. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the passage of a whole lot of bills on special order second reading of bills consent calendar. Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 209, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 216, Senate Bill 217, Senate Bill 218, Senate Bill 219, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 222, Senate Bill 223, Senate Bill 224, Senate Bill 225, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 230, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 236, Senate Bill 237, Senate Bill 238, Senate Bill 239, Senate Bill 240, Senate Bill 241, Senate Bill 243, Senate Bill 244, Senate Bill 246, Senate Bill 248, Senate Bill 249, Senate Bill 250, Senate Bill 252, Senate Bill 253, Senate Bill 256, Senate Bill 259, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 265, Senate Bill 267, and there are no committee reports.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah.
Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the clerk please, the committee has met and has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 2nd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 209, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 216, Senate Bill 217, Senate Bill 218, Senate Bill 219, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 222, Senate Bill 223, Senate Bill 224, Senate Bill 225, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 230, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 236, Senate Bill 237, Senate Bill 238, Senate Bill 239, Senate Bill 240, Senate Bill 241, Senate Bill 243, Senate Bill 244, Senate Bill 246, Senate Bill 248, Senate Bill 249, Senate Bill 250, Senate Bill 252, Senate Bill 253, Senate Bill 256, Senate Bill 259, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 265, Senate Bill 267, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 207, 209, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 227, 230, 232, 233, 234, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 243, 244, 246, 248, 249, 250, 252, 253, 256, 259, 260, 265, 267, passed on second reading, order and gross place and counter for third reading and final passage. That's how you get the consent calendar done. Special orders, second reading of the bill. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up on special orders, second reading of bills. Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 211, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 213, Senate Bill 214, Senate Bill 226, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 231, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 242, Senate Bill 245, Senate Bill 254, Senate Bill 255, Senate Bill 257, Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 263, Senate Bill 268, Senate Bill 269, Senate Bill 270, Senate Bill 264, Senate Bill 247, Senate Bill 251, Senate Bill 258, Senate Bill 266, Senate Bill 262 at the hour of 11:34 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:34 a.m. requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:34 a.m. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order second bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
You good?
I'll do that tomorrow. Today, we're just trying to get through. Why don't you just do it tomorrow?
Good. All right. The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 206?
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Bridges and Representative Byrd concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 206. Nothing to talk about.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 206?
Oh.
Mr. Minority
And
Leader.
I will save further comments for tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will revise and extend my comments tomorrow as well. Senate Bill 206, 728 pages of budget. The most charitable among you and those who watch the proceedings and watch our process, the most charitable among those people have described me as an elder statesman. Boy, that's a kind thing to say. It's the most charitable, as I said. The statesman piece, that can be debated. Some people may agree, some people may disagree, but the elder, 100% on board with that. Everybody, yes. Old is something that clearly defines who I am. And with age comes hopefully distilled wisdom. It certainly provides experience. Colleagues, I have been party to this process either directly or indirectly for 15 years now. Observed it from the State Board of Education for 4 years, House for 4 years, been in the Senate for far too long, obviously. And I want to offer up some comments that speak to the process, how we approach this for better or for worse. Years and years ago, when I was very young in business, I'd left my career as a journalist and I was working in business. A wise individual came to me and described visually and actually demonstrated visually a process. They had a big container, and that container included some very big rocks. It also included some marbles, and it included some sand. And they dumped it out on the table, and they said, your job is to get all this back in to the container. And so someone who doesn't think about it for a second immediately scoops the sand up, puts it in, throws the marbles in, and then they discover, oh my, these big rocks will not now fit back into the container because I did not prioritize the way I loaded that up. It's a metaphor for how you manage your time. It's a metaphor for how you manage your money. It's a metaphor for how our process is either good or bad, beneficial or broken. I would argue that we have really a couple of big rocks that we deal with year after year after year after year. And those big rocks only got engaged in or on as a matter of policy discussion at the JBC level a few days ago. The big rocks are public education, K through 12, Medicaid, the funding of healthcare services to those among us who are least fortunate and have the most need. And we made adjustments to those, and we passed what will be described as a balanced budget out of JBC and onto this floor, inherent in Senate Bill 206. My argument is, as one who has watched this process, we need to change the process. We absolutely must seriously look at running the state education budget, known as the School Finance Act, before we run the long bill. And we should meet our constitutional obligations. We should go beyond our constitutional obligations and tailor a financing formula that's about the students. And once we put that together, then we can figure out how much money do we have left and what should we do to fund and support the other elements of state government. That is a process change I've argued for in the past, and I'm arguing for it one more time. Next year, let's run the School Finance Act first. Let's make sure we're meeting our constitutional requirements and we're tailoring the way, because it matters how you distribute the money. Do you distribute it for the edification of districts, or do you distribute it for the benefit of students? I think that's a critically important conversation to have. The other point that I want to make, the distilled wisdom that I am seeking to share, I want you to know, even though this will be represented today as an effort to provide a balanced budget, we are not done. The reality is we've still got to, because we've got the process backwards, fund public education. I would prefer that there be more money in the budget available for that School Finance Act. That I would say, based on the policy that I would apply, this budget is not balanced. It's out of whack. We should be putting more money, not in the elements of this budget, not in the many, many departments of state government that continue to grow faster than the real economy, faster than inflation, faster than population growth. I would argue we should be putting more money into public education, not here. And so today, we will have a conversation. We will have a conversation about other elements of the budget that perhaps we could look at a little bit differently. Perhaps we could cut here, parry there, eliminate this recently created and added program, and loosen up some additional money to put it in other priorities, like public education, the K-12 environment. Or we could just return it to the taxpayers and say, you know what, your money anyway. We'd like you to figure out what you would like to do with it in your budget. A final comment on this. You will hear that there's an ogre in the room, that thing called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's creating all sorts of difficulties and complexity, and it's making government constrained and restrained. Reality is that's not accurate. We do not have a revenue problem. We do not have a revenue problem. In fact, revenues grew by $1.6 billion. We just spent more and created what's known as a structural deficit in the way we've been spending over the last 6 years. When you adjust for inflation and then you adjust to understand what's happened with the state budget, after you build in all the costs of living, the state government has grown by 11% above and beyond all of that. We need to restrain our spending, not, in fact, claim we need more money. We need to prioritize our spending, not, in fact, claim we need more money. And that is my argument, colleagues, with regard to how we should do this in the future. I'm asking you, let's put the big rocks ahead of the marbles and the sand. Let's fund public education with a fully funded School Finance Act that honors the students for who they are and how they show up on the doorsteps of their schools. And then let's look at the other elements of state government instead of letting government program after government program after government program, new programs be created and funded at the cost and on the backs of the students of Colorado. Colleagues, I look forward to engaging in this debate. I've got some meaningful, substantial amendments I hope you'll consider seriously. There's some challenges yet to be discussed. JBC's been grappling with how to balance the budget into the face of this structural deficit that we're living with. I've got some ideas that might be beneficial beyond that. Colleagues, I urge your support of all the amendments that I will be bringing, and thank you for listening to my perspective on the process that we are engaging in and how we might improve it going forward. Sincerely requested of the leaders of the Joint Budget Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That sounds like everything. Thanks so much, folks.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 206?
Oh, come on. We were so close. Could have been such a short day.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a big day. Got some hard decisions in front of us. And so I guess I'm just going to start off the amendment process right here. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move amendment J068, which is amendment number 1.
Will the clerk please read J068?
Amendment J68, amend printed bill page 22, line 3 in the item
Senator
and subtotal.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I moved it, didn't I?
Yes, J068 has been moved to the amendment.
Thank you. What this particular amendment does, down in La Junta, city in my district, their medical center, their hospital is going to have to close their maternity program April 30th. What this particular amendment speaks to is transfer funds from within the Department of Ag and out of the Division of Animal Welfare and also out of the Public Health and Environment budget under the Environmental Justice Ombudsman, monies to be sent to the La Junta Hospital, and that would be a total of 1.2 on this particular amendment to fund their maternity program. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator for bringing this amendment. This Division of Animal Welfare and Bureau of Animal Protection does play a key role in protecting livestock and pet animals. And while the closure of the maternity services at Arkansas Valley Medical Center is tragic, a single infusion of cash is not going to fix that problem. The budget already includes a reduction of $719,000 general fund from delayed implementation of the second of two environmental equity and cumulative impact analysis. Any further reductions to the environmental justice program impact the state's ability to mitigate illness from environmental hazards, which disproportionately affect vulnerable communities. I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the good senator from Boulder coming up and talking about what the animal welfare division does. However, I can tell you that in my district, they're not popular. Not because of what they do, it's just because the fear that they put in our folks when we have a government program that wants to say they want to save livestock. Save livestock from what? That's the problem. I mean, we don't abuse our animals, and that's one of the things that I just want to put out there is that is the case. We live off of them. So I just wanted to make sure to put out there that, yes, the animal welfare was supposed to do that, not necessarily real popular where we live. So I agree with this amendment, and I rise in support of this amendment.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it was brought up how some of these funds in the Department of Ag are used to help animals and stuff. These monies in the hospital in La Junta would help human babies be born. We have people that live south of there that with this maternity department going away, they could be on the road up to 120 miles just to get into a hospital to deliver their baby. Along Highway 50, there wouldn't be one from Lamar to Pueblo, and there's a lot of country south of there. So with that, I encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion on J068 or Amendment 1? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J068. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J017, which is Amendment 2.
Will the clerk please read J017?
Amendment J017, amend printed bill, page 22, line 3.
Senator
and the
Pelton.
item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is just helps bolster the general fund reserve. You know, I think next year we're really heading for a big wreck. A lot of cash funds are being swept. That won't be able to be done next year. So I think that this amendment would be just to take monies away from that Division of Animal Welfare within the Department of Ag to the tune of $1.245 million to help bolster the general fund for next year. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I appreciate that sentiment, and I do think we will be in a world of hurt next year, we felt that this program was worth preserving, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J017 or Amendment 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As like any diligent family, we weigh our needs versus our wants in a tight time span here. Tight times, I move Amendment J002 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read J002?
Amendment J002.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment cuts $5.3 million in funding for elective surgeries for inmates and returns it to the hardworking people of Colorado. Cutting this program does not affect the lawsuit settlement, which would require people to a state prison to either go to an integration unit, the Sterling Correctional Facility, or the Denver Women's Correctional Facility. I would urge an aye vote on Amendment J002.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, bigger picture, just want to flag that referring either to the amendment number or the J number is acceptable. Traditionally, for the budget, we refer to the amendment number. If you want to do the J, if you want to do the number, either one. All of these amendments have a J. We are on the long bill, just so folks aren't confused. To this particular amendment, we do have a legal obligation to do this. This is part of money that we are spending through a settlement agreement to provide this care. I would also add, not only do we have a legal obligation, we have a moral obligation to this care. Ask for a no on the amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the long bill and how important it was, but now that the good senator from Castle Rock is ready, I'm going to get out of the well.
All right, thank you. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies. I move Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 206.
This is J001, Amendment 4. Will the clerk please read J001?
Amendment J001, amend printed bill.
Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The long bill appropriates $1.4 million to cover 75% of the cost of inmates' phone calls. This amendment cuts that funding and reverts it back to the general fund.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually in law. It was a bill that I ran a couple of years ago. There is another bill coming on this same topic, but in the long bill, we do have to adhere to the law. And it's the intention is to keep families together, allow people to be in contact with their loved ones, and we understand there's a lot of data that says this really helps when people are released for them to do better, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the increase in options for technology advancements, there are many ways for folks to communicate over free modes like Skype or WhatsApp or other methods. And so I feel like we can realize some of the advancements in that technology and have much less cost in this area. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment J003 to Senate Bill 206, also known as Amendment 5.
Will the clerk please read J003?
Amendment J003, amend printed bill, page 36, line
Senator
12.
Frizzell.
I did.
The amendment's been moved to the amendment J003.
I move Amendment J003 to Senate Bill 206.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still trying to get used to this difference in environment, apparently. So members, last year there was a decision to give inmates who are being housed in the by the Department of Corrections in Colorado a significant pay increase over 2 years. And as part of the long bill, the Joint Budget Committee made the judicious decision to reduce that expected increase by about $1.8 million. However, they're still receiving a very significant increase. They are still receiving a 10% increase. And so this very simple amendment just reduces that 10% increase to the inmates to a rate of inflation of 2.4%. This seems very fair. It is less than our state employees are getting, but not by a lot, and I would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did debate this in the Joint Budget Committee, and we ended up feeling like this was a very important thing for us to be doing, and to make sure, again, that people are set up for when they are released so that they have some money and can start their new life. And I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very supportive of making sure that folks who are incarcerated in our by our Department of Corrections are set up to succeed when they leave that environment. But we are making significant decreases in programs that are really important to the lives of law-abiding citizens who are out here walking our streets, working their jobs, taking care of their families every single day. And I do believe that we are already giving this 2.4% increase that's more than adequate. It's more than what a lot of people are seeing in their take-home pay who are law-abiding citizens. So I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I am confused by the process. Should I just move the amendment even though you don't have it at the desk?
You can, yes, you can move it, and then Mr. Schoffel will read it, and then you can discuss it.
I move Amendment J004, also known as Budget Amendment 6.
Will the clerk please read J004?
Amendment J004, amend
Senator
printed bill
Bridges.
page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is the same process that we have had for the long bill. How many years have you been here?
11.
Yeah, 11 years. Okay, well, nothing new this year. Welcome back.
Mr. Minority Leader.
I'm still confused by the process. It must be my advanced age. Now that we've moved the bill and Mr. Schaffler started to read it, I think we interrupted his mellifluous tones, but that's okay. I'll speak to the bill or the amendment. Colleagues, I start with a personal story, which is always risky. Over the last number of years, I have been not tightening my belt kind of year over year, but loosening my belt year over year. It's something that comes with the advancement of age and maybe one or too many fine pieces of Colorado beef chewed and swallowed, and maybe a glass of wine or two to go with that. But I've been loosening my belt year over year. And that's quite frankly what the state budget has been doing year over year. You adjust for inflation, we're up 11% after inflation adjustment. So that's a big challenge. And it's a different experience than what the people of Colorado are working through right now. They can't afford life. They are making hard choices. They are funding needs instead of wants. And that's what we need to be doing in this budget. Okay, so comes amendment number 6. Department of Corrections. They are only loosening their belt one notch this year. Oh, wait, they're loosening their belt in a time when the people of Colorado are tightening their belt? I don't think that's the direction we need to go. I think we ought to tighten the budget. This amendment, they've got a $12 million net year-over-year increase in the budget at Corrections. This amendment says, instead of a $12 million increase, could you get by on an $11 million increase, please? It simply cuts $1 million. Now, it cuts it out of the education sub-program, but we all know how it works at the State Department. The money's fungible. It goes wherever it needs to go. Do I want recidivism down? Do I want people to, in fact, have, as they come out of corrections, out of the justice system, have the ability to build a new life? Of course I do. But at the same time, I can't control that, but I can demand that we tighten the budget, tighten the belt loop. We're only asking for an 8% decrease in the increase. So they get a 100% increase, and I'm saying, well, how about this? Instead of a 100% increase, let's just give you a 92% increase. Let's just cut $1 million out of the budget. This is, of my asks, a guy who lives in this land of there are no trees, only forests. To ask for trimming of a few trees in the glade is a de minimis. It's a small ask. I encourage your support. Let's cut another $1 million out of the budget there. They still get an increase. They're north of 1%. Now, wow, only 1%? Yeah, but the people of Colorado, whom I'm standing here fighting for, they are making tough decisions, not getting increases, many of them, and we need to acknowledge that. This amendment gives us the ability to do that. Colleagues, I urge your support of Amendment 6.
Any further discussion? Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate the sentiment. I also would like for us to be incarcerating less people in order to save money. There would be, we do have $1 billion budget in Department of Corrections, and I think that's a wrong direction. But one of the things we really need to do is to make sure that people have an education so that they can do better, and that's what this bill does. And it does reduce recidivism, and a large cut from that will make a substantial difference. And I think the evidence shows that we save money when we do better by the people that are incarcerated and make sure that they're ready to have a full and productive life when they get released. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the option of J004. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in consideration to all of my colleagues, I am going to withdraw amendment number 7, otherwise known as J058, I believe, because I respect your time.
Thank you, Senator Liston.
Very good. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully move amendment number 8, otherwise known as J059.
Will the clerk please read J059?
Amendment J059, amend printed bill page 43, line 8, in the item and subtotal
Senator
column,
Liston.
strike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, basically what this amendment does is, as you may know, the National Cybersecurity Center, which was established by law by us in 2016 and signed by Governor Hickenlooper, which created the National Cybersecurity Center. This facility down in Colorado Springs, it does more than just serve Colorado Springs. It serves the entire state of Colorado as well as people all over the United States. Just briefly, it provides cyber training to all 50 state legislators in all 50 states. It was awarded $1 million in scholarships to create pathways for under-resourced individuals to enter the cybersecurity workforce. It trains and graduated over 600 students and awarded industry-level cyber certificates, and it supported over 70 internships. The list goes on and on and on. It has camps, runs 6 camps for underserved and underprivileged children and teenagers. It even does 2 of them in Spanish. It serves such communities as Denver, Thornton, Golden, Gunnison, Delta, Ouray, counties and communities all over the state of Colorado. Like I say, Mr. Chairman, the National Cybersecurity got a $2.6 million cut. I understand the need, but all's Amendment 8 does is restores $436,000. So you ask me, how does it do that? Well, it does it because in the Department of Corrections, which I'm all for rehabilitating people, they all deserve a second chance, but it takes 5% of the budget for recreational activities for the prisoners, their outdoor activities. So that 5% represents $436,000, and it brings it over to the National Cybersecurity Center, which has a proven track record over the last 9 years of providing its mission of having cybersecurity that protects all of us here in Colorado and numerous other states. A mere 5% cut. Under the program, it's currently at $8.7 million, so they'll still have $8.3 million to perform their necessary outdoor activities. So with that, members, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on amendment number 8. Thank you.
And Senator Liston, just so we can get this clear on the record, you have withdrawn J070 or Amendment 7?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did. Thank
All right,
you.
Amendment 7 is withdrawn. We are debating Amendment 8, which is J059. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I completely understand where the senator is coming from, and I deeply value the role that the National Cybersecurity Center provides. However, we had an extended discussion in the Joint Budget Committee about the funding that we provide for cybersecurity training in the state. Unlike, say, incentives we provide for folks in the healthcare industry, for folks in the teaching profession, this is one of those places where we are doing a great job in the state of Colorado educating the cybersecurity professionals we need, and our institutions are doing a great job responding to that need. As was said very clearly in Joint Budget Committee, these institutions are businesses, and they are responding to what they see in the community, and there are a lot of people who want to go in to cybersecurity, and the institutions are providing them those avenues. So using taxpayer dollars to incentivize programs that these institutions are already providing is simply not the highest and best use of the dollars in this very difficult budget year, and sadly ask for no on this amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can appreciate where the good senator from Greenwood Village is coming from. I know you had to make a lot of tough decisions. All of this is not easy for any of us, but I think, members, that the National Cybersecurity Center, considering all it does for the people of Colorado all over, you know, we have our computers and we're always worried about being hacked and everything else, and the businesses. This is what the National Cybersecurity Center does, not only for the people of Colorado, but it trains, it blossoms out, it trains the future workforces for for cybersecurity. We are going to need these young people to go out into their communities and into their businesses to protect us all and our businesses. You know, this is not an expense. This is an investment in the future, a real investment in the future for our national well-being. You know, we talk about Colorado is that we're a leader in space. Well, you know, if we're going to protect what's going on in space, we need to also do it in cyberspace as well. And so for a modest transfer of $436,000, it's not like we're going to be taking money away from the men and women who are incarcerated for their outdoor activities. They're still going to have $8.3 million to do their outdoor activities. That is more than the entire budget for the National Cybersecurity Center. Think about that. The incarcerated people, they get $8.3 million just for their outdoor activities, for their recreation. while the national cybersecurity centers that benefit us all, they're fighting over crumbs of just to have $436,000 to keep their programs going that benefit us all. So with that, members, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment 8. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J059. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the topic of spending effectively and efficiently, I move Amendment J034 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read J034?
Amendment J034, amend printed
Senator
bill.
Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The governor's budget has increased 25.4% in the last 8 years, and makes me ask why. One of the parts of that increase is the addition of the Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare. I believe that's a bureaucracy that has run its course of effectiveness and/or has proven that it's ineffective. The price tag on this one is the original asking price by the governor. And I feel like based on my experience and my constituents' experience on healthcare costs, this department is no longer needed or necessary. And I would encourage an aye vote on 034.
Senator Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the sentiments of my good colleague, but the Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare has done a lot of impactful work since 2019. They have saved Coloradans $1.87 billion, including over $800 million in just the past year. This number reflects the savings of programs like reinsurance and the Colorado option, which many of you worked on in this chamber. Looking ahead, estimates show a 23% reduction in premiums for Coloradans, translating to $477 million in annual savings. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Pelton, R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, these votes aren't going the way we thought they should, but anyway, I move Amendment J030, which in your packet is Amendment 10.
Will the clerk please read J030?
Amendment J030,
Senator
amend printed
Pelton.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real simply, all this amendment does is take $471,000 from the Office of Climate Preparedness, that's in the governor's office, and puts it in the general fund reserve. In my district, this isn't one of our kitchen table topics. They think there's way more important things to work on, like, you know, reducing cost of living, reducing cost of insurance, and some of those sort of things. So they think this could really be one way to prop up our general fund and maybe do away with some of this stuff that really doesn't matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mobley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. This is dealing with the Office of Climate Preparedness and Disaster Recovery. And the office was created by the legislature with broad support after the Marshall Fire in my district. We absolutely need to make sure that when disaster strikes, we are ready. And we have seen disaster after disaster, not only in our own state, but across the country and across the world. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J030. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think we need to be talking about the kitchen table discussions and the issues that people are talking about. And so with that, I move Amendment 11.
Will the clerk
By-
please read J037?
Amendment J037, amend printed bill
Senator
page.
Thank you. What this amendment does is it takes $993,000 from the Streamlined Solar Permitting Program in the Colorado Energy Office and puts it back in to the general fund reserve. What this program does is it speaks against local control. Streamlining solar permitting isn't a problem out in rural Colorado. Sometimes it takes them a little time to get all their ducks in a row, but this program really does offend and go against local control. So I'd ask for a yes vote on 037.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Mabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So once again, these platforms have been saving people money, local and tribal governments, city and county of Denver. Many automated solar permitting softwares are free. The grant is meant to provide capacity and support for local and tribal governments to implement the software. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of J037. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 12.
Will the clerk please read J035?
Amendment J035,
Senator
amend printed bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically what this is just another example of being a leader when it comes to what's going on in our state. Right now, what's going on in our state is we're having like real tough discussions on what we're going to pay for and when it comes to inflation and how things have increased costs. So we need to be leaders effectively at the top, showing them that we need to be able to cut our own salaries. And so what this amendment does is that it actually takes away the second salary from the lieutenant governor that she is being paid for to run the Office of Saving People Money. It's about $74,537. And effectively with the executive order that the governor started with this program or with this increase, it actually turns into $163,000 is what the lieutenant governor is being paid instead of the $88,463. So what we're asking for is that we're just going to take away the second salary and then put it back into the general fund reserves. It's no different than when I was a county commissioner and I cut my own salary going into a year that we just ended up with COVID. So that's what I'm asking for with this amendment is to basically take away the second salary so we're no longer double dipping, or I'm sorry, the governor's office is no longer double dipping in a salary. So I'm asking for an aye vote on amendment number 12.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little history here. The Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare was established first by executive order and then by statute in House Bill 1127. That statute, which was passed by the legislature, so the legislature has given their approval for this, included a salary of $74,527 explicitly for the purpose that the Lieutenant Governor is serving today. So she is the head of the Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare, and as such coordinates the Core 5 Healthcare Cabinet, which ensures that we have alignment between 5 key health agencies here in the state: HCBUF, CDPHE, BHA, CDHS, and DOI, to make sure that we are all aligned with all of the efforts that we make here in the state on saving people money on healthcare. The Lieutenant Governor also convenes All Roads Lead to Health Cabinet, which ensures alignment across agencies and produces an inclusive approach to healthcare. These efforts have an impact across our entire state, not just here in urban areas, and I respectfully ask for a no vote on Amendment 12.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Wow, interesting. I respectfully request an aye vote on this amendment, J35 to Senate Bill 206, that basically says, look, people, there shouldn't be any double dipping. The lieutenant governor is getting an additional salary in a year when other people are trying to figure out how to make ends meet, regular folks trying to make ends meet. You know, you want to go get another salary, go get a different job. But here's the reality. The Office of Saving People Money was created by an executive order that didn't have any money attached to it. And so she's supposed to be doing these duties anyways because it was within an executive order. So no money attached to it. The governor gave her something to do, and then all of a sudden we turn it into a bill and turn it into an additional salary for the lieutenant governor. She's now making approximately $163,000 a year to do a job she should have been doing anyways as lieutenant governor. As head of this office, coordinates Core 5 healthcare cabinet. What do we have a governor for? Isn't he supposed to be coordinating his cabinet? Isn't the lieutenant governor supposed to be helping him with that? But we have to give her an additional salary on top of the salary she gets for lieutenant governor to do this work? Coordinate healthcare cabinet. That costs us more money for that? I mean, isn't this part of her regular job? It was part of the executive order. So we give people additional money, then we're going to give them an additional salary just because they're lieutenant governor? You know this is in statute, and it goes on and on and on. The lieutenant governor also convenes all roads lead to the health cabinet. Great. Do that under your job as lieutenant governor. What did we elect you for? The priority isn't combined to urban centers. That's wonderful. That's just wonderful. I'm reading off of the notes from the good senator from Green Ridge Village, Cherry Creek, wherever it is. Thank you. But what I heard earlier is the Office of Saving People Money, which she doesn't even head up. You know, there's a whole bunch of people in this office. We not only created an office through executive order, we didn't. The governor not only created an office through an executive order, then it got put into legislation, and then we started adding FTE. I think there's like 4.5 FTE in this office. So she doesn't really even manage the office. She has a division director who's managing that office, or an office manager. So again, why are we paying her an additional salary to do the job she should be doing as lieutenant governor? But the Office of Saving People Money. We tried to hear this and said it was established in January of 2019, wonderful, but with the mission of easing the financial burden of health care. All that was in the executive order. The legislative initiatives led by this office, please, oh please. We have legislative liaisons that are in healthcare policy and finance, that are in the Department of Regulatory Affairs, that are in the Department of Public Health and Environment. I sat on the Health and Human Services Committee for my first 2 years as a state senator, and all those bills that were coming through about reinsurance and health insurance and PDAB and all those bills that came through, not once did I see the lieutenant governor there, not once. So I'm having an issue trying to think that they were leading on these initiatives. Again, a job she could have done and should do as our lieutenant governor. They talk about $1.7 billion in savings generated through programs like reinsurance. To who? To who? Who's getting that savings? You know, just because the governor likes to keep putting out tweets that tells everybody he's saving them money doesn't mean he's actually saving money. I think maybe they should stop gaslighting, because we just had an article in the Denver Post, I think it was in August, that said insurance premiums, you know, for regular folks, for people who are in the middle, like most of us in here, people who are in the middle that are hardworking, tax-paying Coloradoans, their insurance went up by 5 to 7%. Their health insurance, people like my daughters, their health insurance went up by 5 to 7%. So I'd like to know who the heck we're saving money for. Because it's not happening for those people who are self-insured, self-employed, for those people who have to go get their own commercial insurance. It's not happening for businesses. So who is it for? I'm just calling no. That's not happening. And the Colorado Option Savings led to $361 million in federal pass-through funding. Great. That's just great. But again, who are we saving money for? It's not for the hardworking tax-paying families of this state.
Yes, it is.
We increased their property taxes, we've increased their insurance rates, we've made it so darn unaffordable for people in this state that people are moving out, that they're trying to figure out how to make ends meet. They're trying to figure out how to survive in this state. And here we are giving the governor, lieutenant governor another salary. Go pick up a part-time job. And then it talks about how they led these initiatives. I'm just going to remind you all, programs like reinsurance and the Colorado option are in the Department of Regulatory Affairs and over in the Division of Insurance. So it's wonderful that she's coordinating all these health agencies, but she doesn't actually do this work. Looking ahead, again, talking about reductions in premiums, again, want to know to who? Because it's not for those people who are in the middle. Those people who are working at some business that went and bought health insurance, those health insurance rates went up. And if you've looked at the state budget, and if you look at life, health, and dental lines, as I have been doing for the last 5-6 months, and looking at those lines, our health insurance, our life insurance, our dental insurance, all increased dramatically, sometimes 2 and 3 times dramatically in one budget year. So I'm thinking, I don't know what she's doing, but everybody's insurance premiums are going up, including for those in our state plan. And then when it talks about the amendment would jeopardize the incredible progress made on saving people money on health care, I just, every time I read that, every time I see that in a tweet from the governor's office, I think, what a joke. Please stop gaslighting the people in the state of Colorado, the taxpayers, the families that are trying to make ends meet. Stop gaslighting them. We are not saving them money. We are not saving them money. We are using their taxpayer dollars. These are not our funds. It's not like I pulled a couple of billion out of my back pocket or any of you did that. These are monies that are coming from taxpayers, from taxpayers. How do you think they would feel? They're not probably getting a second salary from the same job that they're supposed to be doing. Who gets that? Why are we allowing the lieutenant governor's office to be held above normal, working, hard-working, taxpayer families, people in this state? This is shameful. It's shameful that it passed. I don't care if it passed through a legislature. I don't care if it was bipartisan. I don't even know if it was. But this is shameful. She's not running a department. She's running a made-up office through an executive order. And the fact that we can't get this cut, that we can't realize how important it is to people who are paying these taxes, that we have a moral requirement to justify everything we spend those taxpayer dollars on. And I'll bet that if when you're out there walking and you're out talking to your constituents, you said, hey, how do you feel if we gave the lieutenant governor an additional salary? What the heck? Let's just give her another $75,000 to do her job. To do a job that was identified in an executive order, that the governor said, hey, in this executive order, here's what you need to be doing. But we're going to give her an additional $75,000. What do you think those people would say to you? Would you think they'd say, hey, please pay her an additional salary? That's a great idea. Why they're struggling? I'm sure they think that, yeah, man, I pay taxpayer dollars, and I'm paying it so the lieutenant governor can get an additional $75,000 for a job she should be doing anyways. This is what we pay her to do. We pay her to be there in case the governor is not. And they're supposed to be convening their cabinet, and they're supposed to be having discussions. I think when we talked about this at the Joint Budget Committee, it made me, I don't even know if they're meeting monthly, this healthcare core cabinet. And if they are, so what? Maybe they should be meeting even more regularly. Maybe then they'd actually figure out how to help start saving us money. So I am requesting that you are a yes vote on J035. Again, there is no reason that the lieutenant governor should be pulling down an additional $75,000 to do her job. Nobody else gets this. It's not even like it's a bonus. It's just, we're going to give you an additional $75,000. Nobody else gets this. Our taxpayers don't get it. And that's whose money we are spending. That's whose money we're spending in this budget. And I know you're thinking, oh, it's only $75,000. It's $75,000 that nobody in this room can justify. Please vote yes.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we all know when we run for elected office how much it pays. We all know that. So the fact that this is extra on top of that just gets to be a little egregious. That's what we're trying to say here. Especially at a time when people are looking at the increased costs to their health care, to everything the insurance, auto insurance, homeowners insurance, property taxes, when we're seeing all of that increase, we're giving Lieutenant Governor an extra $75,000. And we know what our jobs entail. What do we do? That's what we know. We know that. We know that we're elected. We know what we're going to get paid. And now, this is what's going on with the extra $75,000. I think the good senator from Weld County brought up a lot of really good points, especially right now with the people of Colorado hurting when it comes to cost of living, utilities going up. I mean, you wouldn't believe how many elderly folks that I've heard from this last year that talked about the increase to their electricity bill because they were home during a certain part of the day, being charged triple the rate because they're using electricity because we got to save our polar bear somewhere. So I'm just asking for an aye vote on Amendment 12.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of J035 or Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I was thinking back when I became a legislator in 2019, the state budget was about $32 billion, and I was almost in shock from that one. But now we're looking at, in less than 8 years, that it's moving up to $43 billion. And I have an amendment, J29, that I move to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read J029?
Amendment J029,
Senator
amend
Rich.
printed bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has to do with the Colorado promotion in economic development, and it provides funding to promote Colorado as a vacation destination by developing marketing strategies, materials, and programs that portray a consistent, unified brand image of Colorado. Personally, I guess because I live in western Colorado, I've never seen an ad come from the governor's office concerning that part of the state. But I was thinking that, it might be good to collaborate with other departments that do something similar. For example, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Now, I do see things that they promote, especially in rural Colorado. The major expense is a contract with an ad agency to develop campaigns and a fulfillment center to handle day-to-day inquiries, the 800 number, and vacation guide distribution. When I think about the spending, I believe that this could be reduced in light of the current budget crisis that we're in. And this amendment is about eliminating $3.8 million general fund appropriation for the Colorado Promotion and Economic Development and Programs. Like I said, I think that we could be a little bit more thoughtful and collaborate with some of the other departments that do similar promotion of Colorado. I ask for an aye vote on J029.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand. It's easy to pick on OEdit. It's tough to see directly the impact of what they do. It is genuinely an easy office to pick on because every dollar they invest, we know from all sorts of studies that are not just done by them, but that are done by economic development experts across the state. We know because other states do the same thing because they know it works. We have all sorts of evidence that every dollar we invest in OEDIT, we get back multiples into our state. But unlike, say, HICPUF, there's not like someone with a broken leg who at the end of a few months doesn't have a broken leg anymore. It's tough to point to exactly what has changed because of the investment that is made in the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. But we do know that these dollars pay for themselves multiple times over. They do advertise for the entire state. You probably don't notice that these are ads coming from the governor's office because unlike some work that the governor does, his name is not all over these. This is Colorado on behalf of Colorado. These were supported under Republican administrations, supported under Democratic administrations. These are effective dollars at improving our economy, tourism being the most important piece, the leading piece of our state's economy. Important, I don't want to disparage any of the other very important parts of our economy. So, more specifically, the leading part of our state's economy and making the investments. We have a comparatively small Office of Economic Development here in the state. The returns we get from them, it is small but mighty, and I ask for a no vote on Amendment 13.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just think that since there are other departments that do something similar, like advertise for to come to Colorado, it doesn't seem unreasonable to me that they could collaborate and we could save the state for, you know, something like 3.8 million, and work together as a team with other departments to promote Colorado. I renew my motion for J029.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of J029. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Rich.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess maybe that would be too much money to stop spending. But I want to move J041 or Amendment 14 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read J041?
Amendment J041, amend printed bill page 124, line 8, in the item and subtotal column. Strike 18,651,159 and substitute
Senator
16.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we could, come to an agreement that 3.8 million, it is, maybe if we could break that down to 50% and reduce the general fund appropriation to this Colorado Promotion in Economic Development to 1.916. Again, collaborating with other departments that do the same thing. I ask for an aye vote on J041.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same as before.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of J041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, how about this? I move J044.
Will the clerk please read J044?
Amendment J044, amend
Senator
printed bill.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really, when does the spending actually stop? I would like to see us at least be responsible in the money that we spend, collaborating with other departments that do the same thing. There's no reason to duplicate these efforts. I ask for an aye vote on J044.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same arguments as before about the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, but one more point specifically on this, because it looks like it's a reasonable cut. It looks like a small amount. Can't they just take this little, the budget is so hard. Understood. OEDIT took, by percentage, a bigger hit than just about anyone else in state government. And they didn't take it because we went to them and we said, you have money and we want it. It's not like maybe some other departments where we are removing some dollars from some cash funds. OEDIT came to us and they said, we hear you. This is a tough year for the budget. Here are some cuts that we can make. We are volunteering these, which was entirely unlike almost every other department who came in and said, well, it's such a hard year. We only want a little bit of an increase, which most of them did not get. This department came to us and has already offered almost 25% of what they get from the general fund. They have already given up 25%. So even though this looks like just a little bit, it is actually on top of a very large cut that this office has already seen. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. This is a very reasonable amount to ask the governor's office to cut. I would also perhaps even add that, because we have now succeeded in enticing the Sundance Film Festival to join us here in beautiful Colorado, that we possibly don't need this. We're already providing tax credits for enticing tourism. So do we really need all of this money to go towards tourism dollars or to bring tourism dollars into the state of Colorado? So I ask for a yes vote on this very good amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of J044. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In an effort not to continue to pile on OEDIT, I respectfully withdraw Amendment J056, Amendment number 16. But I do want to talk just briefly about my intentions and motivations were really, again, trying to find other mechanisms to support this program, and maybe we could co-op with keep it wild, keep Colorado wild funds, but there's some complexities about Tabor implications of cash funds and trying to backfill this general fund and what OEDIT could do with those funds. And then engagement with some folks in my community, how they utilize the program to a benefit, and to the good senator from Greenwood Village comment about it's difficult to really quantify it and put it together in pieces. I'll just again withdraw my motion and avoid piling on OEDIT.
Thank you, Senator Simpson. And for the record, J056 or Amendment 16 has been withdrawn. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J044.
Senator Rich, that?
Oh, no,
that was
pardon
the last
me.
one. Yeah.
I move J028.
Will the clerk please read J028?
Amendment J028, amend printed bill, page 125.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has to do with the Council on Creative Industries. This is very similar to the previous Colorado promotion program costs. And this is about eliminating $1.3 million and general fund appropriation for the Council on Creative Industries. This program promotes the cultural, educational, and economic growth of Colorado through development in its arts and cultural heritage. It seems to me that those kind of things could be promoted in the same thing that we were just previously talking about. And just so you note, I note that it also already receives $2.5 million from cash funds. It seems appropriate that we could eliminate 1.3 from the general fund or put it back in the general fund. And I ask for an aye vote on J028.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar arguments as to the previous bills or previous amendments here. When we look at the creative industry, the arts and culture industry here in Colorado, it accounted for $18 billion in our economy this last year, contributing over 100,000 jobs. When you take into account the work that is being done in this particular industry, that's a huge contribution to our Colorado economy, and more importantly, this particular programming expands those benefits across the entire state. We're not just talking about the Performing Arts Center here in downtown. We're talking about the Grand Mesa Arts Center, the Delta Egyptian Theater, the Spanish Peaks Community Foundation, the Grand Junction Symphony, the Cottonwood Center for the Arts in El Paso County. And this year, the division is hosting its statewide Creative Industry Summit in Grand Junction. These are funds that benefit the entire state, that bring this incredible economic development engine to folks no matter where they live. Ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of J028. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and members, I move Amendment J007 to Senate Bill 206. This amendment is also known as Amendment 18.
Will the clerk please read J007?
Amendment J007, amend printed bill.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an amendment that I have run now 3 years in a row, because I think it's important. And just as a bit of history, we'll take a trip down memory lane and talk about the Governor's Office of Information Technology and how it came to be. This was a very well-intentioned creation on the part of the governor, and I appreciate the thought behind it. As you know, I come from a local government background, and in local government, just as in state government, we tend to build silos and don't really talk much across those silos, but unfortunately that's the case here as well. One thing that the governor sought to fix was the reality is that each of the department silos had essentially created their own information technology group that really dealt with the unique needs of each individual department. And they are very unique needs, and I think that's important to acknowledge and identify. And what the governor sought to do was consolidate, create efficiencies, and that generally is an effort that should be commended. However, I don't particularly feel, just in the last two and a half years, that I don't feel that this effort has been super successful. And what we've seen is, while we had a consolidation of information technology efforts, the departments have ultimately not been able to work well with the Governor's Office of Information Technology. They have sought outside solutions to information technology issues or demands that they might have, because from a pricing standpoint, they weren't always very competitive. And we've ended up where we started, where you have departments with information technology groups embedded within the department. But now we also have, the Governor's Office of Information Technology. And you've heard me relay that I sit on the Legislative Audit Committee. This is my third year on the committee, and we've seen some pretty dramatic and candidly disturbing audits that involve the Governor's Office of Information Technology. And I can't go into a lot of detail about that, candidly, so I'm not. because a lot of times we have to go into executive session to have these discussions. So you're just going to have to take me at my word that I find very frequently what I've heard, what I've seen, and the reports that I've read about the dysfunction within this Governor's Office of Information Technology. It's very disturbing to me. I don't feel like this is a great use of taxpayer dollars. And so, once again, for the third year in a row, I am seeking to pass an amendment that will remove the funding for the Governor's Office of Information Technology. That amounts to almost $6.1 million and a little over 20 full-time employees. I think that we can use this money better to support the departments and their efforts to improve their technological prowess. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I have a lot of sympathy for this amendment because my journey to the Joint Budget Committee started with an appointment to the Joint Technology Committee. And I asked, thank you. Wow, I didn't know we'd be getting shout outs for JTC here in the room, but thank you. Yes, agree. You know, the reason that I asked to serve on JTC was because I thought the Office of Information Technology needed some special attention from this guy. Because I know a bit about IT, and one of the things that I knew was they weren't getting the job done, certainly not the way that I thought it should be done. And in that time, over the last few years, we have seen a dramatic improvement in the service that the Office of Information Technology is providing the state of Colorado. Big picture, are there still ways they could improve? Yeah, no question. And our Joint Technology Committee is working closely with them to implement some of those improvements. We passed a bill a few years ago to sort of change the way that IT worked with departments, because we'd had shadow IT in some departments and we had other departments that didn't have any IT. And so we split the difference where now the expertise for what it is that a department needs lives in the department. The expertise for the ways the technology can meet those needs lives with OIT. So the technology experts live in OIT. The experts on the policy and the goals of the department live in the department. Specifically to this amendment would eliminate funding for the Technology Accessibility Program, the Geographic Information System, and that Technology Accessibility Program is essential to meeting the requirements of House Bill 21-1110, Senate Bill 23-244, and House Bill 24-1454. If we don't have the funds to make sure that what we do as a state is accessible, we could subject ourselves to lawsuits. But again, just want to say, I really understand where the sponsor on this amendment is coming from. I have had my own frustrations. I can just say that over the last 9 years that I have been here, we've seen a dramatic improvement. There are still, and I will, because I grind this axe anytime I have a whetstone to grind it on, JTC does not oversee legislative IT. Legislative IT is not overseen by OIT. It is entirely separate. Any frustrations you may have with iLegislate or with the wireless service that you receive in the building or with voting machines going down in the middle of one of the most important committee hearings of the year that has the most bills to count the votes on in the entire, legislative process. That is a legislative IT challenge. That is not OIT.
All right, thank you, Senator Bridges. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm encouraging a yes vote on J15. You know, when several years ago, when the decision was made to move all the IT folks from each of the individual agencies into just Office of Information Technology, then that was a reasonable decision. We would hopefully from that see the economies of scale to save money by having less full-time equivalents, less FTEs, just the efficiencies of having that horizontal approach rather than the stovepiped many vertical approaches. That's a management decision, and you can argue one way or the other, but it has not turned out to be any kind of a savings. In fact, the organization has grown quite a bit over those years. So it has we are not realizing the savings in the results. Not that they aren't doing great work, because they are. However, it has been very costly, and in a time when we have a cost crunch, it's time to take a new look at things. And so I think we ought to pass J15015 and let's start pushing back on the growth that's happening there, because it's not working out the way intended. So I urge an aye vote.
All right. See no further discussion on J007. The motion is the passage of J007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The initiative with regard to the Office of Equity in several different departments, I believe, has served its course. It has achieved its goal, and I'm worried about funding it going forward. So you're going to see a few amendments addressing this with me, from me. The Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing includes a budget line item for roughly $74,000. And I believe that with watching HCPF increase in staff FTE by 84%, 84% increase in FTE at HCPF in the last few years, we need to take a close look at what's needed in that department and maybe what's optional in that department. We're looking at a 32% increase in the budget of HCPF over the same time period. And I believe that potentially the impact of this has turned more discriminatory than equitable, and as such has probably overextended its purpose. And I would request an aye vote on J15. Did I move it? And I move J15 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read J015?
Amendment J015,
Senator
amend
Bright.
printed bill.
And like I mentioned before, we need to take a look at the effectiveness of this department within each of the departments that we have here. So I would encourage an aye vote on J015.
Senator Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just say that healthcare policy and financing has already taken a 1.5% reduction in their personal administration lines, and that includes eliminating 10 FTE, saving Colorado $866,000. They've also put a number of other reductions on the table to curb Medicaid spending without cutting critical services available to eligible Medicaid members. The staff play a critical role in meeting the needs of Health First Colorado members. And I don't know if any of you have family members or loved ones who are on Medicaid, but I do. And it is really important to our state, and it does cost a lot of money. But people's lives are on the line with Medicaid, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to clarify, this is just one FTE within the Department of HCPF, and we're just helping them achieve those goals that they have of budget stabilization there and addressing our needs versus our wants. And so therefore it would be removing that equity position And so I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J015? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment J061? Okay. Senator Leston. Senator
Yeah,
Leston.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment J061 to Senate Bill 206 and ask for an aye vote.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J061?
Amendment J061, amend printed bill page 139, line 5, in the item and subtotal column, strike 11,300,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, if nothing else, we're having a good spirited discussion and education process about what's going on with cybersecurity, specifically what the National Cybersecurity Center down in Colorado Springs is doing for all of Colorado and all of the nation. Let me just give you a little impact of what the National Cybersecurity Center does. It provides cyber training to all 50 state legislators, resulting in over 1,400 cyber-aware and education state leaders. So it's helped training all of us so our own computers in the state, laptops, et cetera, don't get hacked. And we end up, we don't want those Nigerian princes to have you all send your money to Nigerian princes out there, heaven forbid. Also, it's awarded over $1 million in scholarships for under-resourced individuals to enter the cybersecurity workforce. Those will be future, not jobs, but careers in the cybersecurity area. It's also impacted over 1.5 million Coloradans, provided by the National Cybersecurity operational impact on identifying key assets that are at risk in their various jurisdictions across Colorado. In other words, in our communities that maybe don't have the resources, the National Cybersecurity Center is in there trying to train the people who are guarding valuable secrets. It's also trained and graduated over 600 students and awarded industry-level cyber certificates and over 70 internships, and has hosted over 50 cyber security camps. What a great job that they're doing. So, but unfortunately, because of the tough decisions that the members of the JBC had to make, their budget was cut by $2.6 million of all of the cybersecurity. So with that in mind, what Amendment J061 does, members, is all it is asking for is a pittance transfer $85,800. I'll repeat that, only $85,800 for the return mail processing that's done in HCPF, which has millions and millions and millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. We're asking for $85,000 to be transferred to the National Cybersecurity Center to help them run their good operations. With that, members, I ask for an aye vote, not just for the National Cybersecurity Center, but for America, God, Mother, and apple pie. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I do applaud my good colleague from Colorado Springs, who maybe third time might be the charm, but sadly not today. I asked for a no vote on this. We have talked about the National Cybersecurity Center, and this was a decision that we made, and we did give it a lot of thought. And we collectively decided that we weren't going to fund that to that level at this time. Ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J061? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J061. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost.
Okay, which one are we at?
Dream team.
I left the number up there. It's right here. Here you go. Okay, oh, thank you.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you. I move Amendment J067.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J067?
Amendment J067, amend printed bill, page 143,
Senator
line
Pelton.
4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does, I'm sure everybody's gotten a lot of emails on this one. The JBC, you know, through their whole cut process and stuff, happened to cut funding for physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists. This would restore that, that funding through the Medicaid portion. So this is a very sound amendment. I think that you guys would do good to vote for it.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Medicaid rates have, I echo what my co-prime sponsor here says, and the Medicaid rates are already discounted to reflect multiple therapy services when they're provided in the same visit. And so this just layers cuts upon cuts, and it just puts them in a bad spot and maybe creates some perverse incentives. So we urge your yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment J061? I apologize. J067. Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly appreciate what the sponsors are trying to do. And I actually voted this way myself when this was in front of the Joint Budget Committee, but we made a different decision, and the dollars are very high on this, and so we will have to figure out a different way to pay. We will have to cut something else in order to fund this, and I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J067? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J067. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 22, which is J060.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J060?
Amendment J060, amend
Senator
printed bill.
Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 22 makes some adjustments, starting with how we do funding for capital development. The Capital Development Committee does its prioritization list of projects every year. And we certainly recognize there is a very difficult process for the JBC as they look to approve those projects recommended for funding and how that fits into the overall budget, with recognition that the budget forecasts change throughout the time that we're making our prioritization list. So we get a threshold for what we can spend for capital development projects. We shoot for that, and then the budget forecast changes. And so maybe that was a realistic forecast for what you can afford for capital development. Maybe it's not. Maybe there are other circumstances that change that impact it as well. For 2 years in a row, CDC has prioritized funding for the Rest Hall project at the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind. Right now, there are some critical safety challenges and critical classroom environment challenges that make for a less than ideal learning environment for children with some critical needs at the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind. And 2 years in a row, it's been recommended for funding. 2 years in a row, it has not been funded. And this year, one of the projects that was below it on the list of recommendation was funded. That is the Department of Corrections intake facility at DRDC, and for the fire suppression system replacement there. fully transparent, that is absolutely a legitimate project. We just, as a committee, felt that it did not quite rise to the level that the School for the Deaf and Blind did. So what we've done is we've removed the funding for the DRDC capital construction project for that fire suppression system, replaced it with $4.9 million for the School for the Deaf and Blind. That allows them to complete phase 1 and allows them to compete for a BEST grant, which is available this year only, to get some matching funding for that and be highly competitive for future fiscal savings related to that project. And with the remainder of the balance, we've replaced funding that was cut for addiction recovery programs, for $4.4 million for the Safe Streets program, and $2.9 million for community health workers. And I ask for your aye vote on Amendment 22, which is J60.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Worthy projects that are being funded through this. Here's the challenge. The pay for in this amendment is for a building. Buildings are one-time costs. This amendment obligates the state to ongoing costs, and there is not a pay for in the bill for those. So this year, balanced. Next year, where we are already going to start the year likely in a hole because of the rationing limit in Tabor, we will have millions of dollars of ongoing costs that don't have a pay for. So I ask respectfully for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J060? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J060. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The amendment is adopted. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J064 to Senate Bill 206, also known as Amendment 23.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J064?
Amendment J064, amend printed bill pages 143.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment comes from my experience on the Legislative Audit Committee and the work that we did last year with the Healthcare Policy and Financing Department regarding their RAC program, and RAC is RAC, stands for Recovery Audit Contractor. So members, what had been going on with HCPF and their RAC program was really pretty disturbing. This has been something that's been scrutinized by the Joint Budget Committee in 2023, by the Legislative Audit Committee in 2024, audited, and that program was found to have significant deficiencies and issues. Not the least of which, and I'm going to back up, and I appreciate your thoughtful contemplation about what I'm going to say. So the RAC Audit Contractor Program is really geared toward keeping Medicaid providers honest, right? We don't want any fraudulent claims submitted, and we don't want any fraudulent claims paid by the state of Colorado, by HCPF. We don't want that. That's bad for everybody, and that's a waste of good taxpayer dollars. And so those claims by providers are audited by an independent contractor who works for HCPF. And this has been going on for a long time, and we're not that unusual in the state of Colorado that we have a setup like we do, but we are unique in one specific thing, and that is that when the RAC contractor audits a claim or claims multiple that a provider submits, they are reimbursed. The contractor is paid by HCPF at the rate of 18%, whether those claims were in error or not. Let me say that again. Okay, let me say it again. That contractor is paid 18% of what they find to be in error or fraudulent or are disputing. 18% of that, whether that dispute is correct or not. So, what incentive, you might ask yourself, does the contractor have to frivolously dispute provider claims? And that right there was the gist of the concerns of the Joint Budget Committee and the Legislative Audit Committee. Simple. It's actually it's very, very complicated. So members, this amendment reduces the line item that HCPF pays those contingency fees by $1.845 million. I think it's important that this contractor doesn't get this extra money. I think it's important that the contractor is held accountable. And I don't think that the good citizens of the state of Colorado need to be paying a contractor who is in and of themselves creating what could be described as a punitive situation with our healthcare providers. So with that very lengthy description of this amendment, I sense perhaps that there are people waiting next to me who are ready to jump in. I'm not sure which, but I have an idea. Ready to jump in and suggest that you vote no on this amendment, but I am telling you this is really an important amendment, and I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you. I think the good senator from Douglas County has ESP. We are going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. The RAC audit program that HCPF runs is a federally mandated program, and we do have to hire contractors. And the federal government pays for 63% of the fee. Not only would the amendment eliminate the ability for HCPF to retain contractors, but it would put us out of compliance with federal Medicaid law, which could potentially jeopardize our Medicaid funding, and I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J064? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J064. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was going to talk about this amendment, but the amendment afterwards I think is going to do what I wanted to do. So I am going to ask for Amendment 24 to be withdrawn, but I would like to talk about it. So basically what this was going to do was going to reduce the elected officials' compensation to pre-SB 24-1059 levels and appropriate the money to reimburse community health
Senator
workers.
Pelton. Brief pause. Amendment J049 is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's what I was going to ask to do, so I could find a way to pay for it. But I am almost positive that there's going to be an amendment afterwards here that's going to find a way to do that and to fix that. So I do appreciate everybody's time and effort to hear me out, and I will move on to the next amendment. So thank you.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J071, also known as Amendment 25 in the packet.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J071?
Amendment J071.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill is a bill, or not this bill, this amendment is an amendment for our FQHCs. In the current long bill, the FQHCs were not funded from the general fund to the primary care fund by $6.5 million. But it's actually more than $6.5 million because that $6.5 million can actually be matched dollar for dollar from the federal government. So it's actually a $13 million hit to our FQHCs. And what this amendment does is it does its best to try to get as much money back into that primary care fund as we can. We've identified $5,611,000 and change to get back in there, which obviously, like I said earlier, that would double. Just to give you some insight with our FQHCs, 65% of these federally qualified health centers are reported to be operating on negative margins this past year. That's really threatening healthcare to some of the most vulnerable people here in Colorado. 88% of these health centers expect or are already developing contingency plans if nothing changes financially. 81% have already reduced their workforce, instituted hiring freezes. This is a real impact on real people in our communities. And this is something I want to advocate for because, I think that when we are having these discussions and having to make difficult decisions and look at cuts, I want to be here putting a sharp lens on where are these cuts coming from and what are the impacts on it, but also what dollars are we missing out on potentially with matching dollars and specifically that, not just that, but what's our ROI? And in this case, this is impacting some of the most vulnerable people in Colorado. This is setting that baseline, trying to get us as close back to the baseline at where Colorado was last year when it comes to funding our FQHCs. I think we're going to have many more discussions in our time that we have left down here in the building to make sure that we're doing all that we can to take care of them. But I think the starting point now is to try to at least get them back to what that baseline was that we had last year in funding. And that's what we are trying to do here with Amendment J071. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to support this amendment. The district that I now represent has a large number of these clinics in my district: Montrose, Olathe Delta, the Roaring Fork Valley. And this is where people are getting the care that they absolutely have to have. I've talked to a number of them. They're talking about possibly having to close some of these facilities or to extremely cut the staff. We've already closed some clinics that were in the schools and brought those patients back down to Glenwood and Rifle. These are the kind of things we need to be very, very aware of. In a lot of these big cities and places where it's easy to get health care, people are getting it. But this is one today that this is a good one for out in the rural communities, both on the western slope and out here on the eastern plains. These are the kind of things that we should be doing. And I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say I actually have a no surprise personal interest in these FQs being funded. In my community, our community mental health center merged with our federally qualified health center. So my person is a patient and absolutely deserving of every bit of care that he needs to help him survive. And I don't want to do anything to hurt the most vulnerable people in the state of Colorado. But we did make a decision that the FQs get funding in a different way. And so we made a decision not to put general fund dollars into that this year. And that was not a fun or easy decision to make. But it is where we landed, and I would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J071? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I debated both internally and in conversation with smart folks around here about how to approach this particular amendment. Because the role that our FQHCs play in the state is invaluable and irreplaceable. It is why I am sponsoring a bill that will provide them with the ongoing support that they need. And this is a one-time investment. Last year was a one-time investment. It is critical that we provide the FQHCs in our state, the federally qualified health centers, the providers of last resort. It is critical that we support them. In addition to the bill that I'm sponsoring on this, we had a plan in the Joint Budget Committee. We had a proposal that would have taken money from the HAS fee and moved it over to FQHCs. At every turn, I have heard from hospitals around the state how critical it is that we as a state fund these folks. And at every turn, I've heard from hospitals around the state, but not like that. Don't do it this way. They have a plan. They have a plan. That's great. They had a plan as a substitute for that $50 million from the HAS fee. That fell apart. They have a plan as an alternative to the bill that I'm working on. I haven't seen that. I guess it's after the long bill. I guess maybe they didn't want it to be before the long bill, because if part of their plan was also that they would use dollars from the general fund, then I guess that's maybe part of their plan. There has been no communication from hospitals in the state to me, to a lot of other folks working on this, about what this secret plan is. I feel like I'm trapped in that West Wing episode where CJ gets a root canal and out of nowhere there's this, is there a secret plan to fight inflation? A root canal. I feel like I'm trapped in a TV show. What's the plan? Because the dollars that this amendment puts in are insufficient to keep our FQHC solvent. They are insufficient. What's the plan? Can literally anyone who works for the hospitals call me and tell me the secret plan? And if the plan was the Joint Budget Committee investing dollars from the general fund, would have been nice to know a week ago when we closed the budget across the street, because I can tell you, the members of the Joint Budget Committee deeply value our FQHCs. We understand the role they play and we want desperately to support them, but we heard there was a plan. So this is my plea. My cell phone number, in case the folks at the hospitals don't have it, but I know they do. I know they do, because it's on my website. It was in an op-ed in the Denver Post. I was on TV the other day. I was on a podcast. I shared my cell phone number. In case they don't have it, my cell phone number is 303-358-5551. That is the same cell phone number that my wife has. That's the same one that my doctor has, my mom has. That is my cell phone number, and I would love to be let in on the secret plan to fund our FQHCs. I ask for a no vote. Oh, and here we go. The minority leader just called me, and now I've got that number. That's nice. Oh, look at that. Thank you. This is what will pop up if you call me. You like that? Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J071? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J071. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J066, which is Amendment 26.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J066? Senator Pelton.
Amendment J066.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does, The very first amendment out of the gate today was an amendment to fund the La Junta Hospital Maternity Program, and it was taken for couple different funds. So this one is just simply taking 1.2 million out of the general fund. If this goes ahead and closes like it's scheduled to do, there will be right now an unstable maternity department in Lamar. There's one in Pueblo, one in Trinidad, and that's it for Southeast Colorado. So I would urge a yes vote for Amendment 26.
Is there any discussion on Amendment J066? Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we have a huge heart for what's happening, but also can't fix this particular problem with one-time money, and would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J066? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J066. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J062, finally known as Amendment 27.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J062?
Amendment J062, amend printed bill page
Senator
174,
Pelton.
strike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment seeks to do is take $1.655 million out of the higher education for post-secondary assistance for students who are homeless in high school. You know, I feel for these people, but I have a hard time if they're going into secondary education where they don't have a place to store their books, to store their computers, such things as that. And so this $1.655 million would go into the general fund reserve, so I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And these are really important programs for kids who are really, really desperate and have had a very rough start. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J062? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J062. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in respect for people's time and consideration, I withdraw Amendment 28 and 29.
Amendment J052 is withdrawn.
Very good, yes. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Amendment J057 is withdrawn.
Very good, yes. I respect the member's time and consideration. Mr. Chair, I do move Amendment J058, otherwise known as Amendment 30.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J058?
Amendment J058, amend printed bill page 176, line.
Very good. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to no one's surprise, this also has to do with the National Cybersecurity Center. I've done my best to try and educate everybody on what a great, well-run program it is and what it does for the citizens of Colorado and citizens all across the nation. So I won't belabor that, but what Amendment 30, otherwise known as J058 does, members, is it takes a modest amount, $300,000, that is used to give support services to career criminals. Now, these are career criminals. These are not first-time people that have come through the justice system. These are bona fide career criminals so that they don't reoffend. So they've been through the system maybe 2 or 3 or 4 times. They'll still have a budget of well over $3 million, well over $3 million. So this takes $300,000, which is just a mere pittance, under the Office of Human Services and transfers it to the National Cybersecurity Center that is out there trying to do their best to provide good jobs and good careers for people that are helping our cybersecurity for all of us. So with that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment J058, otherwise known as Amendment 30.
Senator Carson.
Yes, I'd like to support this amendment by my colleague from Colorado Springs. I believe he's going to have several more of these to try and get some more funding for this cybersecurity center. I hope we can pass at least one of them. You know, one of my former positions was being on the University of Colorado Board of Regents, and this is a very good program at UCCS. It helps a lot of students, and it helps with our national security. So I hope at some point we'll get some more funds in for this program. And I thank the senator from Colorado Springs for bringing this issue up and pushing it forward.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this time, I understand the tenacity of my good colleague from Colorado Springs. But people who have addiction and mental illness, I just have a little bit of trouble characterizing those as hardened criminals. It is an illness, and it is something that people recover from if they get treatment, and that's what we would be cutting here is treatment for people who really need it. And so I would ask for no vote on this amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, to the good senator from Boulder, I wasn't implying that people, people who have addictions are career criminals. What I was really thinking about are the hardened criminals that are there for really true felonies that are career criminals, and that we're throwing good money after bad when we have an opportunity to really train the workforce of the future with good, high-paying jobs that they will never go to jail or prison. So that's really where I was trying to come from, is that we have a proven program, an organization, the National Cybersecurity Center, that is going above and beyond the call of duty of training young people to be the leaders in cybersecurity in the future. I'm certainly not against trying to help people in prison, but we spend tens and tens of millions of dollars, and we still have hardened criminals, which I'm not alluding that people that have a drug problem are necessarily all hardened criminals. But I do think this is worthy, $300,000 that is well proven, that really we see a great payoff for the young people, not only teenagers, but the young people in college, that they will be doing a great service to our state and our country. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment 30. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J059? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J058. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Well, back again, long time no see, Mr. Chairman. I'm nothing if not persistent. Mr. Chairman, I move, hold on just a second. I move Amendment 31, otherwise known as Amendment J050.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J050?
Amendment J050, amend printed bill, page 176, line 14, strike institutions and substitute.
Senator Liston.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, once again, I'm just trying to do the right thing for the good people and for the young people and that really want to help our country and our state in the area of cybersecurity. Basically, what this amendment does is it takes funding from some of the unnecessary bureaucracy that we have and transfers these funds to benefit our students and the nation's cybersecurity. A mere $200,000 is really all we're asking for. $200,000 for a program that was cut in half by $2.6 million. I think it's very reasonable. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment 31.
Senator Amable.
We're starting to seem like a comedy show. Once again, I would say that environmental justice programs are very important to our state, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J050? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J050. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the seventh or eighth time is not a charm, so I will respectfully withdraw Amendment 32. I've tried to make my point. You may hear from me later, but I know when I've been temporarily beaten, and so I will respectfully withdraw Amendment 32. Thank you all for listening.
Amendment J043 is withdrawn. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J005 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J005?
Amendment J005.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here, we're looking at the Department of Human Services, and more specifically, the Office of Equity in that department, or as it can also be referred to, the Department of Discrimination. And I believe that if this office was called the Office of Merit, I wouldn't be running this amendment. If folks were hired based on their ability to do the job rather than other criteria that they don't have control over, I would not be running this amendment. The Department of Human Services has, their FTE has increased 12.1% over the last 8 years, and their budget has increased 16.5% over the last 8 years. I really feel like we need to find some places to make some meaningful cuts to the things that we want to do rather than the things that we need to do. So let's prioritize our needs over our wants, and I would encourage an aye vote on J005.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, the Department of Human Services does really, really important work in this state, and the work that they do matters. And again, mostly for those of our citizens who have the least and are the least able to advocate for themselves. And I ask for a no vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to confirm, this is $326,000 that's paid by the taxpayers of Colorado in what's called the Office of Equity. And so I believe that's something that can be spared from the budget this year, and I would encourage an aye vote on J005. Thanks.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J005? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little bit of a procession out of order while discussions are still going on one of the other amendments. Going out of order for just a moment while discussions are happening on some of the other amendments, I move Amendment 47, which is J38.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J038?
Amendment J038.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in a moment, I'm going to withdraw this, but I wanted to speak to why I had hoped that we would be able to adopt it today and why I brought it forward. I wanted to offer this amendment. This is a footnote amendment. And I wanted to offer it to the Long Bill to address concerns associated with the funding and administration of the Community community-based air monitoring program that was created in HB 21-1189. That program is absolutely critical to public health in our state. And it established several requirements that applied to 4 different and unrelated business corporations with operations in Colorado. More specifically, the bill requires these entities, or as the bill defines them, covered facilities, to engage in rigorous fence line monitoring of certain air emissions. Per the legislation, the costs for these fence line monitoring programs were to be borne by the covered facilities identified in the bill. And since the enactment of 21-1189, these covered facilities have collectively invested millions of dollars to establish and comply with the law's mandate. Again, money well spent, a critical public health benefit, something we should absolutely be doing. The program is up and running, and these companies are gathering and reporting the data as the law intended. Further, this legislation required CDPHE to establish, administer, and collect costs related to community-based air monitoring programs. The law states that, quote, covered facilities shall pay the division for the covered facilities' annual pro rata share of the direct and indirect costs of conducting community-based monitoring. The law also sets a maximum that the division can collect for this program at a total of $1 million annually for these 4 covered businesses. Here's where we start to get to an issue. Goodrich Corporation, Collins Aerospace Company, operates a facility in my district in the city of Pueblo that's currently covered by this legislation based on its North American Industry Classification System, or NAICS code. The legislation also covers oil and gas refineries with potential for significantly higher emissions. Over the last year, I became aware from Collins Aerospace that costs have been allocated to the covered facilities in a manner that is inconsistent with the clear pro rata language of the legislation. The plain meaning of that language is that each of the costs are split evenly across the 4 covered facilities. Under any interpretation of pro rata, the legislation intended that such costs be charged in a manner that is equitable and fair. Over the last year, I and others have raised concerns and been unable to get clear answers for any clarity around the complete formula as to how these fees are actually assessed. Collins Aerospace raised several key concerns that are worthy of review and considered by CDPHE to reevaluate its current administration of this program. I've got like 2 more minutes. Sorry, I lost my spot there. Collins Aerospace has met and had several concerns and have yet to find resolution or transparency for the issues with the way this program is being administered that they have brought up. I and several other legislators have also had difficulty getting transparency around that. And so what we have ascertained is that there is a rate that is based on 3 facilities rather than the 4 that are covered, because there has been consideration given to Suncor and ConocoPhillips that allows them to count as 1 facility because they share a perimeter, even though they're separate entities. Therefore, they each pay 1/6 of the share of the program, while the other 2 facilities each pay 1/3. And then there is a programmatic cost that relates to travel for the van-based mobile monitoring. And there's a mileage assessment on that. And that puts industries that are further away from the capital at a disadvantage. It puts communities like Pueblo at a disadvantage. So there's been some concerns that have been brought up with this amendment. I'm committed to addressing the concerns that my community has and ensuring that the fee is assessed in a more fair and transparent manner, but I realize that this isn't going to happen with this footnote, and so with that, I'll withdraw Amendment 47.
J038 is withdrawn.
Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J55, which is number 34 in the packet, to SB 206. I'm sorry, wrong page. Undo. I move J53, which is number 35 in the packet.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J053?
Amendment
Senator
J053.
Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we went out of order, just to be safe, I move J53. Members, this is hopefully an easy one. This is a $0 footnote. We are within the judicial segment of the long bill, and this is just our present selves reminding our future selves about an important conversation we had earlier this year concerning judgeships. We can't just hire more judges and put them in the budget. We actually have to increase that number by bill. We had an aspiration in the introduced version of SB 24. There had to be some negotiation and pruning back. Given the budget realities, some things important to parts of the state, districts and counties, including my county, Arapahoe, were left on the table. So this is simply a footnote that states that we should revisit the question next year, and when we do, we should begin that revisitation with the question of judgeships for which there is a workload-based need identified, but that nonetheless had to be cut in favor of other positions for which there was an even greater workload-based need. Again, a reminder to our future selves, and we'll see what realities permit, but we do have needs. We should try to meet them. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment J053? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J053. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to guess we're on amendment number 36. I move amendment number 36.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J026?
Amendment
Senator
J026.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is that it removes funding for $180,000 from the Public Defender's Office for lobbyists. I looked on on what they pay for lobbyists, and so I just thought that at a time when we're talking about people having a hard time paying their bills in the state of Colorado, I just feel like that the Public Defender's Office should be, their purpose is to represent those who cannot afford it. So I just felt like that we don't really need to have lobbyists here doing that job. So I asked for an aye vote on amendment number 36.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one is important for me. I do work a lot with the Public Defender's Office on a lot of the bills that I run because I work in the intersection of criminal justice and mental health, and so do they. And the people in this building, or the person in this building, are doing incredible work. They're here day and night. There is never a time when I call them with a question when they don't answer immediately. And not only that, they do work outside of this building. They have clients, they take cases. They absolutely are earning every penny they get. And I'm just going to give you an example of a person who was in jail, who needed to be in the hospital. And he had a medical condition that precluded the hospital from taking him. But it was a solvable problem. He had lice, and he spent a year in jail waiting for a bed at the state hospital because nobody would treat him. And so the Public Defender's Office hired a doctor, and they went to the jail, and they gave him the soap, and they cured the lice. And then that guy was able to get to the state hospital. And I absolutely urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J026? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J016, Amendment 37.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J016?
Amendment J016, amend printed
Senator
bill.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does is takes and eliminates a general fund transfer to the Office of Just Transition, Department of Labor and Employment. This has been such a, I mean, they really put it out there, the Office of Just Transition, but has it ever helped these communities in Northwest Colorado or down in the Pueblo area? Any of these communities up at Brush that they're transitioning away from coal, either mining or coal electrification, we really haven't seen in those communities. And so I think this money would be better spent, $432,000, be better spent in the general fund reserve, because next year, the day we're having today, a year from now, is going to be bad. It's going to be very painful. So let's start the haircut right now, and I'd ask for a yes vote on J016.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Office of Just Transition assists communities and workers transitioning away from mining and burning of coal as an energy resource. It helps communities, it helps individual families, it helps workers. These jobs are going away, and we have an economic interest in making sure that we keep these communities whole, and that is what the Office of Just Transition is supposed to be doing and what they are doing, and I ask for a no on this.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've talked to these communities. That may be what it's there for, but it is not doing it. So I think we really need to think long and hard about this, so I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J016? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 38.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J036?
Amendment J036, amend printed bill, page
Senator Pelton.
346.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this does is that it reduces the elected officials' compensation to pre-24 or SB 24-1059 levels. That's so we're subtracting $421,649 from our compensation, what we're going to be compensated with in the next fiscal year. This amendment takes the funding that was meant to be aligned to give us money and instead returns it to the people of Colorado. It's exactly what we should be doing right now, is setting the example. This should be an amendment that we all vote for. We should make sure that we're saying, hey, we're willing to cut our budgets or cut our salary a little bit or not take the increase. Actually, we're not cutting anything. We're actually just not taking the increase. We should not increase our own salaries, especially during a time right now in Colorado where it's hard to live here and it's more expensive. So we're asking for us to cut the increase to our salaries. So I'm asking for a aye vote on Amendment 38.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. In my prior position at the county, we did have to go through some of these kind of exercises. What is really at the heart of this amendment is leading by example. The people in Colorado are having a tough time. Let's lead by example, show them that we can also have some cuts, still do our job, and go out and be fruitful. So with that, I urge full support of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J036? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly rise in support of J036. When we are elected officials and we run for office, we know what the job pays, and we should look at these jobs as community service or public service instead of trying to increase our salaries. because this is not a profession. This is something that we do because we believe in what the job is. And when we are in such a structural deficit as we are, it seems only right that we respect the taxpayers of Colorado who are suffering greatly, and also reduce our distribution. So I ask for an aye vote on J036.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Leadership is important. It's really important. And I think that this amendment, I rise in support of this amendment, Amendment J036. This is our opportunity to lead and to show the citizens of this state that we understand the pain that they have been experiencing for the last several years, and that we are willing to tighten our own belts. When I was county assessor and when I was in leadership in that office before I was elected, it was not unusual for me to defer my pay increases so that my staff could have improved compensation. And that was especially true in years where our budget was tight, because believe it or not, even Douglas County has had tight budget years, and that was really important. It was important to our employees. It was important to my employees, because they understood from that action that I valued them. And so I feel like if we will vote yes on Amendment J036, that is sending a message to the citizens of the state of Colorado that we value them. Because we should be valuing them. We should make sure that they are taken care of, and that the services that they desperately need are provided. So I really appreciate Senator Pelton, the good senator from Eastern Colorado, from Sterling, Peltonia. I really appreciate him bringing this because, and all kidding aside, this is really a great example of how we can lead for the state of Colorado.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, would like to support the amendment by my colleague from Sterling. A few weeks ago, we had a lot of discussion around the legislative budget, and the point a lot of us made was we ought to make the same sacrifices we're asking other parts of the state government to make, particularly employees. I think this is a very reasonable policy. I think probably one of the best approaches to budgets when you're trying to balance a budget like this is just to have modest across-the-board reductions, and everybody needs to take a little bit of the pain, and I certainly think legislators should join in that. So I support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote for it.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J036? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J036. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J039 to SB 206.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J039?
Amendment J039.
Senator Wallace.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks for all your patience through these conversations. This amendment would create 4 additional full-time inspector positions for the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, or ECMC, bringing the total inspectors for the entire state of Colorado up to just 32. This is a marginal increase from the current 28 inspector positions, but it is critical. This would also be an appropriation of just under $270,000, and it's from ECMC's reserve, which has an excess of about $30 million right now. So as of March 2024, the ECMC reports that approximately 49,000 oil and gas wells are open across the state. With the current number of inspectors, each inspector would need to visit 1,814 wells a year to help keep our communities safe. According to the Department of Natural Resources, on average, a well is inspected once every 1.5 years, potentially no longer than 3 years. Currently, most wells are only inspected on a risk basis. So folks from the community or field inspectors are asked to report leaky or faulty wells. This means that the onus is put on the public to notice when they are silently being poisoned. So let me tell you what this means for my community. First of all, one of my constituents watched from her back porch as a drilling operation exploded, killed a worker, and flared for hours afterwards. One of my constituents, who despite declining drilling on her own land, housed wells right next door, and was found to have excess levels of benzene in her blood. She had thus have to receive months of treatment to help become healthy again. So this isn't just a policy issue for my district. For our workers, environment, and community, it's a matter of life and death. I hope someday to live in a state where all wells are regularly inspected. This amendment helps bring us just one step closer to that reality, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Amendment 39. Thinking about the trend and the direction oil and gas production is headed in the state of Colorado, we're actually producing at a level about what we were in 2018 or 19. The number of permits, the number of rigs is on decline. It doesn't make much sense to add more inspectors at this stage of the game. I, again, reiterate opposition to Amendment 39.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We too rise in opposition to Amendment J039 to Senate Bill 206. As already stated, the number of wells are declining. The ECMC is experiencing declining conservation levy revenues because, they get to charge a mill levy, and they're seeing a decline there. So it just doesn't really make sense to go out and hire more staff, especially since it was either last year or the year before in 23, I think they hired about 125 new FTE. So this is not something that the department asked for, and I would just ask for a no vote. It just doesn't make sense to do this in a declining environment. Understand it's cash funds, but we also are having some issues to make sure that these cash funds remain solvent, and this one is one that they're having some issues with, again, because of the declining revenues.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J039? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J039. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J006 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J006?
Amendment J006.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, we are addressing a situation that the taxpayers of Colorado are struggling with. Taxpayers are trying to pay their mortgages, pay their utilities, and yet some of our folks are wanting to continue to go shopping. I feel like we need to be more responsible with what we're doing here. We are proposing to add FTE, and I could be more supportive of adding FTE within the state government if we also offset it with some balanced budgeting cuts at the same time. And so this amendment takes roughly $732,000 that rewards folks for things that they can't control. I don't know about you, but as I get hired for a position or as I move up or get a promotion or I'm recognized, I like to do it because of something that I've done or an outstanding job that I've done. I feel like the majority of Coloradoans feel the same way. They don't want to be recognized by things that they can't control. They want to be recognized for the good job that they do. And so I feel like this program has been has run its course. And to be clear, this is the Office of Equity within the general fund. So I ask for an aye vote on J006.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J006? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J005 to Senate Bill 206. Number 34, also known as number 34 in your packet. I'm jumping around. Don't mean to confuse you.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J055?
Amendment J055, amend printed bill, page 231, line 11. In the item and subtotal column, strike $3,879,717 and substitute $4,879,717.
Thank you. So this is about the SNAP program and the access. Since the establishment of a really robust SNAP program, Colorado's ranking in the federal SNAP program access rose from 50th in 2009 to 24th in 2023. But still, almost right around 150,000 low-income Coloradans do not access federal food assistance benefits they are likely to receive. So this is really important. If they don't know about the program, which I would argue a lot of people that most need the program might not have access or the understanding of how it works and the ability to learn about the program. If they don't know about it, they can't benefit. So the outreach program was dramatically reduced, and this puts $500,000 back into the program, which, by the way, will draw a 100% federal match. So that's actually $1 million in benefit to Colorado. And I would ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on Amendment J055? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment will put the budget out of balance by about $1 million because there isn't any increase, there isn't any offset. It's just an increase in expenditures that actually is not necessary. Just so we understand, Department of Human Services has 5,534 FTE. I don't think they need any more FTE to administer the SNAP program, especially since we did fund the counties in county admin to ensure that they're the ones who actually make the determination on who is eligible. This is one of those programs, you're either eligible or you're not. It's a federal program, passes through, the money passes through. There is a match that's required by the state. The counties do all the determination. And if we have to pull down more money and we have to put more money in, then we do that as we true it up. So there really is not any reason to increase administration for the SNAP program, which essentially is the food program, I think, as most everyone knows. But again, we just don't need to do this. So I would urge a no vote on Amendment 055.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J055? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J055. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J048, also known as Amendment number 41.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J048?
Amendment J048, amend printed bill, page 414.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment has to do with the address confidentiality program that is administered through the Department of Personnel. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about this program that's very, very important to many citizens in our state. There are today about 6,200 individuals who participate in the address confidentiality program. And this program is available for eligible survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, stalking, and harassment, as well as protected healthcare workers. So people who participate in this program are provided with a legal substitute address and mail forwarding so that they can keep the place that they live confidential. And unfortunately, this program lost a grant amounting to about $41,000. And what they have done is they have sought to make up that difference, that $41,000, and that amounts to a full-time employee, that $41,000. And so they don't have the depth of staff to continue to cover everybody, and they're really concerned that there's going to be a gap in services if they lose this employee. So they have found the funding in another program within the Department of Personnel, and all this amendment does, it does not cut funds, it does not add funds, it simply moves funds.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to join this amendment. For the people that this program impacts, having the security of knowing that your address is confidential can be a matter of life or death. It can be a matter of how safe you feel taking your kids to school, going to the grocery store, going to your job. This is a very small transfer, not new funding, not different funding, just a transfer, and an incredibly important program, and we encourage yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J048? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J048. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will take a senatorial 5. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your grace. I don't know why I'm a little discombobulated today. So, with that, members, I move Amendment J020 to Senate Bill 206, also known as Amendment 42.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J020?
Amendment J020, amend printed bill page 438, line
Senator
12.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment simply returns $1.4 million back to the general fund. Instead, and it is cutting $1,419,ish from the Office of Health Equity under the Public Health, Department of Public Health and Environment. I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, on careful review of this budget, we determined that this really was an important office, and we do not want to cut it, and would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J020? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was disappointing, but that's okay. Members, I have yet another amendment. I move Amendment J021 to Senate Bill 206, also known as Amendment 43.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J021?
Amendment J021, amend
Senator
printed bill.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this very simple amendment returns $4.7 million to the general fund, which would otherwise go to funding partisan interest groups instead of obtaining tangible results for people in need. This particular department, this particular office, the Office of Health Equity and Environmental Justice, exists under the Department of Public Health and Environment, and generally speaking, distributes grants to community organizations. And again, in a time where we are tightening our belt and looking for places to cut funding, this seems like a great place to start. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, these health equity grants are really important for some of our communities that are most in need, and I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J021? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J10, Amendment 44.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J010?
Amendment J010, amend printed bill, page 439,
Senator
line
Pelton.
5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this environmental justice ombudsman makes $153,000 a year. I personally don't think this really is a good use of money, especially in a budget crunch like we're in. And so what this amendment does, it just eliminates the general fund appropriation to that department that's housed within public health and environment and goes into the general fund reserve for next year. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment J010? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate all of the various different ways that folks have looked for to try and save money in this year's budget. Genuinely, perhaps some of these will be on the table for next year, but this one serves a very important purpose here in the state as a place that people can go as an ombudsman, sort of inside the department but independent from it, to report what they see around the state. I think we get a good return on this investment. Ask for no vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J010? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J010. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move J008 to Senate Bill 206, also known as Amendment 45.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J008?
Amendment J008, amend printed bill, page 439,
Senator
line
Frizzell.
5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, J008, returns $565,000 to the general fund instead of spending money on bureaucrats when we've got to make decisions to cut actual health benefits. So I would ask for your aye vote on this particular amendment.
Is there any discussion? Senator Mobley.
Again, this department is very important to the people who live in these impacted communities. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J008? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J008, also known as Amendment 45.
46.
Oh, 46. And J002, I apologize.
J072.
J072.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J072?
Also known as Amendment 46.
Amendment J072, amend printed bill, page 439, line 8, in the item
Senator
and
Winter.
subtotal column.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this is supporting the environmental equity cumulative impact analysis. This is statutorily required under the environmental justice bill that we passed last year. And all this does is it allows the department to use cash funds. It doesn't say they have to use cash funds. Allows the department to use cash funds from the community impact fee, which the community impact fee comes from polluters that have been fined, and polluters paying for the implementation of environmental justice is appropriate. It continues this program, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment J072? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment J072. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J024 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J024?
Amendment J024.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start by saying I really appreciate the job that the State Patrol does here to protect this building and its occupants. I really, really appreciate them. I wear their lapel pin most days. Don't have it on today, but I really, really respect the fine men and women that protect us and this building. Included in the budget is a line item and an amount that represents roughly $1 million to protect or provide bodyguards, security, whatever you want to say, to the Attorney General, as well as the Secretary of State and also the State Treasurer. And that's a little bit in excess. I feel like those folks, while they're here, have that protection and should live like the rest of us do outside of these facilities. So I would respectfully request an aye vote on Amendment J024.
Senator Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I think it is actually really important that we provide security, and that security extends to all of us. And I know many of us have been in situations that have been scary, and I think it is incumbent on the state to make sure we're protecting the people who are devoting themselves to public service. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of J024, Amendment 48. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. J24, Amendment 48 is lost. Mr. Schaffler, will you please? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Move the mic a little closer to you, would you please?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
A little closer.
I move Amendment J065.
To the amendment. Now, Mr. Schaffler, will you please read J65, Amendment 49?
Amendment J065, amend printed bill page 526, strike lines 1 through 3, adjust affected totals accordingly.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this amendment eliminates the appropriation to the Emergency Stockpile Rotation Cash Fund in the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in the Department of Public Safety. So what is this about? This was actually an idea that was suggested by the JBC staff as an expenditure. It's a $1.6 million expenditure, which I think we can forego this year in light of the emergencies that we're dealing with the budget. So, you know, this is dealing with emergency preparation, but we've got another emergency here, and that's our structural deficit. So why does this amendment make sense? You want to be prepared for emergencies, of course, but one of the things we learned during the pandemic was that a lot of this PPE equipment that this purchases expires. It has expiration dates on it. So you can spend all this money, put it in there, and then you might find out in a few years that it's not terribly useful. So I think that we should offer this $1.6 million up as savings. The JBC is going to need some savings to pay for some of the programs that have been appealed here, or we can put it to the deficit. But I think this is $1.6 million we can forego. I think what we're planning for here is really the last emergency, and we're not preparing for what may be the unknown next emergency. So we're stockpiling this equipment. As I've said, a lot of it expires after a few years. And so I think we could put the money to better use dealing with the definite emergency we have here is our structural deficit. So let's save some money and make sure that we can have it available for some true emergencies that we may not know of down the road. I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of Amendment J065, $1.6 million in savings.
Is there further discussion on J65, Amendment 49? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of J65, Amendment 49. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. J65, Amendment 49 is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J009 to Senate Bill 206, aka Amendment 50.
Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to, will you please read J009, Amendment 50?
Amendment J009, amendment printed bill, page 533, line 5, and the item in subtotal
Senator
column.
Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, on the subject of discrimination, or the Office of Anti-Merit, as I also call it, we've got a position inside of DORA that is costing the budget $60,000, a little in excess of that. And I feel like this position these funds could be used in a much better way than discriminating based on things that folks can't control, and rewarding based on merit, things that they can control. So I encourage a yes vote on Amendment J009.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's not exactly how DEI works. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment J009? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and J009 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remain slightly confused by the process here. Just kidding. Mr. Chair, I move packet number Amendment 51, which is formally J031 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J031?
Amendment J031, amend printed bill, page 539, line 13, and the item in subtotal column, strike.
Minority Leader. Colleagues, you've all heard it said time and time again. What do you do when you find yourself in a hole? Stop digging, exactly. All right, we create policy and we argue back and forth. We push and pull and we shape and we reshape and we create something we know, at least the sponsors do as they drive it on through the process. This is going to have this great positive outcome. It's going to be amazing. Hallelujah. Amen. Pass another piece of policy. This particular amendment says, oh, crud, didn't work out that way. A government program that didn't work out the way intended. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board passed in 2021. Oops, didn't quite get it right. We adjusted in 2023. Oops, still not right. Now we find ourselves in a spot where for the low, low price of $730,000, we can just stop digging. That's what this amendment would do. It says, the Drug Affordability Board, which was established in 21 to set price controls for prescription treatments, since the board was established almost 5 years ago now, it has yet to establish one, in the project, the Holy Grail, the job was set upper payment limits, UPLs they called them, on these various drugs. They have got, here's the deal. 600 eligible drugs. 600 eligible drugs. 5 considered, none established. In fact, quite frankly, the board, to their own credit, identified one particular drug, and there was a significant public outcry because it was going to intrude on the life change, the life preservation and extension, the quality of life of cystic fibrosis patients. And so there was a significant outcry. And the PDAB said, well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't do that after all. And to their credit, they reversed course. And they did not, on the first thing they set up, and they're in the box, one of 5 they were to consider, they said, well, we're not going to move forward on that. It's good that they chose not to do that because it would have damaged the lives of so many people, but then it would have been better had the Drug Affordability Board never happened anyway. And it's an indicator of their inability to have the effect and the outcome that they have said that they would do. Second therapy, in March 24, they have still not set the limit on this, and it's already now subject to a federal lawsuit. So it's just tangled up, not moving forward, not getting things done. This amendment, and I could talk for hours on this because I've done it once before and I could do it again. I think it's just horrible policy. I think it's a bad construct we created in 2021. Amendment 51 helps close the budget gap. We could actually, instead of wasting this money not doing anything with a government board, we could take this $730,000 and put it into reducing classroom sizes, paying teachers more. We could put it into any number of far more beneficial events or things. Now, if I go further, it's going to veer off into a policy conversation around all of the problems that this Drug Affordability Board has, which would be legitimate. And if gavelled, I would appeal, because the reality is there is point after point, situation after situation where it can be demonstrated we're going down the wrong path. We're digging a hole. Let's stop digging. But I'll pause. I'll stop and let my colleagues from the Joint Budget Committee say, you know what? We're going to take this one. That is absolutely the right thing to do. This is Amendment 51, also known as 031. I urge your support.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleague singular. There are, to the point that the good senator from Lundeenville made about the length of time it has taken, there are other states that passed this before we did and still are not as far along in the process as we are. And so sometimes good things take time. This is one of those. Ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment J031, the question before the body is adoption of J31. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and J31 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
All right, colleagues, as I frequently do, I make a really big ask, and then I cut it down. It comes down to years and years in business. You learn how to find common ground. You learn how to solve problems. The next amendment, which I move, Amendment 52, informally, formerly known as J32 to Senate Bill 206. This particular amendment says, okay, fine.
Mr. Minority Leader?
Did I move it? Or just ramble about it?
We need to.
Oh, you need to read it. Oh,
Yep.
Go ahead.
Can the clerk please read Amendment J32?
Amendment J32, amend printed
Minority
bill,
Leader.
page 539, line 13, strike personal services and substitute personal services 101A. Page 547, after line 13, insert footnotes.
Minority
The following statements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was only teasing you a little bit there. All right, you don't want to listen to me. I get that. Why don't you listen to an individual who's
Mr. Minority Leader, do you want to move the amendment?
Of course I do. And since I have the intention, I will actually take the action of moving. I herewith move, informally known as Amendment 52, formerly known as Amendment J032. Mr. Chair, I have moved it.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Thank you. So don't listen to me, listen to the voice of people affected by this. This particular amendment says It's a footnote, so this one isn't going to save us any money, but it's meaningful policy. Years ago, Joint Budget Committee Chairman, I think it was first Pat Stedman, who first said that footnotes and the long bill are like letters to Santa Claus. Well, I want to deliver a letter to Santa Claus. I want to say that we should not, the Drug Affordability Board, should not set an upper payment limit on matters that are associated with rare diseases or plasma-derived treatment. And I'm going to encourage you to listen to the words of an individual who has provided their perspective recently to the Joint Budget Committee on this, and I will forward it. This individual is responsive out of the Community Access National Network, or CANN. On December 19, 2024, CANN submitted a regulatory analysis request in alignment with the Colorado Administrative Procedures Act with supporting materials and specified questions regarding proposed rulemaking for 3 CCR 702-9, same as attached. So there is an attachment I can get to everyone if they want to see it. This morning upon the webpage for the Colorado PDAB, the required, quote, cost-benefit analysis, close quote, for 3 CCR 702 was posted, also attached. The analysis offered, and here's the crux, and here's why we need to just stop. The analysis offered is entirely insufficient, much like the PDAB's response to budgetary inquiry from the Joint Budget Committee. In sum, the analysis offers an answer of, quote, we don't know, and describes zero effort to explore actual costs or actual benefits related to rulemaking. No mention of coordinated information requested from the potentially affected agencies or programs, such as the state's Medicaid program or contracted safety net providers' impacts by way of reduced rebate revenue generation. Despite years of feedback offered from patients and concerns regarding benefit design, this alternative was not included as an alternative policy consideration. The analysis further explained in anticipation of, quote, normal implementation costs, but makes no justification for such a conclusion. Given the complexity of the pharmaceutical supply chain and numerous actors within the same, the lack of sufficiency in this analysis and the PDAB's refusal to properly consider the issues in front of it or even answer to an oversight from this very body nakedly displays not only animus towards the responsibility, not my words, but in fact words of an individual, responsibilities of the JBC's good steward efforts, but the public writ large. In short, the analysis offered is nothing but bad faith. CANN will offer a more detailed written testimony in response to rulemaking hearings, but we would urge the Joint Budget Committee, and I hereby, via extension, urge the General Assembly through the Senate to exercise appropriate authority and remove funding from the PDAB due to its failure to adhere to the principles of good governance, public engagement, fiscal responsibility, and the respect of the committee and the people of Colorado, and to show the respect the committee, Joint Budget Committee, the Senate, and the General Assembly, I add by extension, and the people of Colorado rightly deserve. Colleagues, I urge your support of this lone voice into this process, calling out and identifying the challenges, the insufficiency, they would argue, they did argue in their letter, bad faith of the PDAB. Colleagues, let's at least create a set of guardrails by accepting this footnote, letter to Santa Claus, but footnote to Senate Bill 206 regarding rare disease and plasma-derived treatment considerations. I urge your support of Amendment 52. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just my recollection of serving in Health and Human Services Committee 4 years ago about this time frame with the good senator from Brighton and having the debate about the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I think the record should reflect, indeed, there were other states that had a PDAB Colorado was the first to establish an upper payment limit. And that's how my recollection of the debate about PDAB unfolded, again, nearly 4 years ago, up to 2 o'clock in the morning. And I stand in support of Amendment L032, better known as Amendment 52. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Burgess.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reality is that the PDAB board has been very thoughtful and careful with what it is that they have worked on. I think artificially excluding their ability to work on particular drugs is not in line with the purpose here. I am always of the opinion that we should give good people the ability to make good decisions. Ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Not my words, but words from people dealing with real-life circumstances, describing the PDAB as bad faith. Now, I love to give good people the ability to do good work, but a group convened in 21, done nothing between now and then except mess up people's lives, make life harder to live when they're already struggling with a rare disease? When they're calling out to us using words like bad faith? I have no choice but to stand down here and wave my arms. I urge your support of Amendment 52. It's a footnote offering guidance. There's nothing compelling or binding anybody to do anything except the General Assembly saying, you know what? We created you in 21. You haven't produced anything meaningful yet except consternation. We want to give you some guidance. Please do not set upper payment limits for these two items, rare diseases, plasma-derived treatments. And it's guidance, folks. It's not like it's policy determinations predetermined for the PDAB. I urge your support of 52.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J32. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and J32 is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Will the clerk please read Amendment?
I move J51.
Give me 1 sec,
to 206.
Senator Bright. Will the clerk please read Amendment J51?
Amendment
Senator
J51
Bright.
to
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more time, in the name of discrimination, addressing the discrimination that's funded in the Colorado government. We have.
Senator Bright, real quick, did you move Amendment J51?
Sorry.
Can you move the amendment for me?
Okay, I thought I did. I move Amendment J51 to 206.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator Bright. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, as mentioned, people in Colorado want to be recognized for things that they can control, for the good work that they do, for the qualifications that they have for their job. They want to be recognized for things that they have control over, not for things that they don't have control over, like attributes that they were born with. And so I heartily suggest and encourage a aye vote on J51.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment J51, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment J51, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J51. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment J51 is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move Amendment J047 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J47?
Amendment J47 to Senate Bill 206. Amend printed bills.
Senator
page-
Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a really simple amendment, but one that I feel is very important. This legislature last year, in 2024, created law that essentially regulates firearms dealers, just puts onerous regulations on them, and in order to do so, created the Firearms Dealer Division in the Department of Revenue. I would ask that this amendment be passed and remove the funding for the Firearms Dealer Division that's $1.8 million a year. I think this is a reasonable request. And also I question the real necessity of this division going forward as we are seeing a significant decrease in these firearms dealers in the state of Colorado. Again, I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given what it is that we are seeing in the federal government with the relaxation of investigations of firearms dealers, I think it is even more in the state's interest to step in to fill that role. Respectfully ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J47. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and Amendment J47 is lost. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to withdraw Amendment J046.
Amendment J46 is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 56.
Can I get a J number on that?
J012.
Thank you, Senator Pelton. Will the clerk please read Amendment J12?
Amendment J012 to
Senator
Senate Bill
Pelton.
206.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J012 to Senate Bill 206.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much. Members, what this does, this amendment here, what it does is it defunds CDPHE. I pull $140 million out and put it right back into the department, or right back into the general fund. The reason why is, let me read the general fund appropriations for the last, 6 years or so, 7 years. In 2017 to 2018, it was $48.8 million. And then after that, it raised 6.8% increase to $52.1 million. That's in 2018, 2019. 2019 to 2020, it went up 17%, almost 18%, to $61.3 million. Then it went up from 2020 to 2021, another 8%, to $66.7 million. And then from 2021 to 2022, we went up 38.1%, which that was COVID. That was the $92.1 million. And then from 2022 to 2023, we went up to 120.5%, $203 million. $203 million. That was one-time funds. A lot of that was one-time funds. But then a lot of them, then we went down in 23 to 24, we went down to $136.1 million. But then in 24 to 25, we went up to $148.7 million. 9.3%. And then we went down to $140.4 million. Still, $140 million is still a lot more than $48 million in 2017. This is a perfect example of what crushing regulation does to our state. the enormous weight of regulation on our state and on our businesses from CDPHE, this is what happens. We can't continue down this path where we're going to just continue to move forward with crushing regulation that hurts job growth, hurts businesses, hurts our entire state. Smaller government. I remember I sat on the health board for 6 years in northeastern Colorado. For 6 years. And every year we would get more money that we wouldn't know what to do with because they just kept giving it to us. That was frustrating because I said, well, give it back. If we don't need it, give it back. There's a growth of full-time employees there. CDPHE went from, in 2017 to 2018, 1,336 employees to 23-24, 1,883 employees. That's a huge increase of employees. It went up from the fiscal year 2019 to 2020 to 24-25. CDPHE had a 36% growth in full-time employees. 36%. I have no idea what we're trying to accomplish with the crushing blow of regulation. I think that it's time that we sit here and we say, all right, we see the federal government cutting departments because they see that the people are hurting. I think we need to do the same thing as a state. So I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 56.
Senator Bridges.
It's a good amendment.
Just to see Lindsay's reaction on the other side of the glass, I was tempted to say that. In all seriousness, CDPHE serves a vital function for health and safety here in this state. And while there are certainly challenges that I have heard about all around the state, in Senator Pelton's district, in Southwest Colorado, in Senator Simpson's district, and really everywhere I've gone where I've talked with local elected officials, we've heard concerns. And there is a bill coming from the JBC to address a lot of those concerns that we have heard, in particular with water quality inspections. These folks largely are enforcing federal regulations that if they weren't there to enforce, someone else would need to enforce. So I think this is, it's $140 million to completely eliminate the department. It's very cute. It is obviously not something that, that's right, obviously not something that I can support, and do respectfully ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the bill for the good senator from Cherry Creek or Cherry Hills Village, Arapahoe County. From the good senator from Arapahoe County. This is the amendment that I have brought every year since I've been here, because my constituents' number one complaint about anybody's office is CDPHE. So that's why I bring this. So thank you.
Oh, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Just want to throw out this idea. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We could all get a second salary. Just throwing that out there. I mean, 140 million. There we go.
Okay. We are seeing no further discussion on Amendment J12. The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment J12 is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J13 otherwise known as Amendment 57.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J13?
Amendment J13,
Senator
amend printed bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is this is actually coming from a constituent of mine. It's kind of along the same lines of the bill or the amendment that I just ran, where my constituent asked me to run a bill or an amendment to the budget that would actually take CDPHE back to pre-pandemic funding levels. So basically, I cut $85 million out of the public health and environment block and put it in the general fund, and then gave CDPHE $54.7 million. I think that's plenty of money for them to do their jobs. It's not cutting them completely. I'm kind of doing what the good senator from Monuments does, is he comes up here and he has this grandiose idea, and then he comes back and cuts it back a little bit. That's the same thing that I did with this one. Again, let me go through this one more time. From fiscal year 2019 to 2020 to 24 to 25, CDPHE had a 39% growth in full-time employees. The growth is just mind-blowing. There was a sharp increase of general fund allocation to CDPHE in 23 to 22, or 22 to 23 fiscal year. They had a 120.5% increase in general fund that fiscal year compared to the previous year. While the 2023-24 fiscal year did not see a decrease of 33%, or did see a decrease of 33%, CDPHE's general fund still was 47% increase growth compared to fiscal year 21-22. It continues to grow and continues to grow. So I did what my constituents wanted me to do. They wanted me to stop the growth of CDPHE. I'm asking for an aye vote on Amendment 57. Thank you.
Seeing no further, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same as before, ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J13. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment J13 is lost. Seeing no further discussion.
Kidding me? The courtesy is laid over one bill.
The next three are yours, so I don't know how we can lay it over one. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move Amendment 58, also J027 to Senate Bill 206.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J27?
Amendment J27, amend printed bill, page 728.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I start out offering my highest possible praise to the people who work in state government on behalf of the people of Colorado. I appreciate them. I appreciate the work they do on a day in and day out basis. They are the folks who keep us safe on the highways. They are the folks that manage all of the regulatory elements that we pass and rules create. Somebody has to work the way through all of this web of things we create, and the people who work for the state of Colorado do that on behalf of the people of Colorado on a daily basis. So it is with that high praise for the individuals who work for the state of Colorado that I say, and when the times are tough for the institution, the entity you work for, sometimes you have to tighten your belt. Now, my maternal grandfather, people say he died of cancer when I was 12 and he was 62. People have said, oh, you are the spitting image of Harold Rogers. He grew up on the farm during the Great Depression and survived milking cows and drinking the milk because they were kind of short on food otherwise. And it imprinted him in a meaningful way. He grew up a small town called Bradshaw, Nebraska. And he sought to get off the farm as fast as he could and get a government job because he wanted stability. And years ago, that was kind of what government jobs were. They didn't pay great, but they provided stability. My grandfather got a job with the U.S. Postal Service and became a postmaster over the years. But the idea of getting a government job years ago used to be it's stable, doesn't pay great, and oh, by the way, there's a pension. You get deferred compensation, a nice benefit at the end of it. And that's what government service or government employment was all about. Well, that's not quite the way it works out now, and I'm going to forego running through all the statistics that I have that show how the wages of people in government have caught up to the wages who have comparable or similar jobs in the private industries. The wages they're making are similar, comparable, and the benefits still are meaningful. I will tell you, as a self-employed guy, for all of my life, except this time that I'm picking up a government paycheck as a state employee, not a state employee, an employee of the people of Colorado who gets a paycheck from the state of Colorado. The benefits are great. I have the best health insurance package I've ever had in my life. Great benefits package. So what Amendment 58 does is it says, your institution, the entity for which you work, which has added 8,600 new employees in the past 6 years, or since COVID, I think that actually is, it's kind of overspent itself. The enterprise for which you work managed itself into what is colloquially called a structural deficit. It's not about not enough money coming in the door. It's about more money going out the door. That is the challenge. And so Amendment 58 simply says to those employees whom I respect, admire, and I've had this conversation over the years with direct employees, team members, family members, where I said, look, it's a tough year. Now keep in mind, my enterprise wasn't as huge as the state of Colorado. Biggest company I ever had this responsibility with was 150 employees. But I went to that team one time and said, it's a tough year. We're going to hold it together. We're going to work our way through this. And I'm going to take a pay cut. And I'm asking you to not take a pay increase. Tough conversation. But when your enterprise is in the kind of circumstance of that nature, it is sometimes the appropriate conversation. And that's what Amendment 58 does. It says, no pay increases this year. Not an easy conversation. What does it do for us? Well, it gives us $44 million. $44 million that can go into classrooms, can go into the future of Colorado by virtue of the sacrifice of the current employees of the state of Colorado. To me, that's a good policy choice. That is a tough ask, but a reasonable ask. So I urge your support of Amendment 58, and I speak with gratitude, and I've got 3 more amendments that look at this in slightly different ways. I speak with gratitude to all of the people who work for the state of Colorado. Thanks for doing what you do every day. Thanks for getting up, going to work, doing the job, and congratulations, you got a stable job. You got a good benefits package. You got plenty of time off in the moments you need it. And in this moment, I'm saying we should probably take the $44 million that would be the wage increase that you hope to get and put that into other elements. I would put it in public education for the next generation of Coloradans. Urge your support of Amendment 58, J027.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would roll back, if I'm reading it correctly, raises that were given through a salary study. So a few years ago, that is correct. So a few years ago, the state noticed that we were losing employees at an extraordinarily high rate. Not only was turnover high, but the vacancy rate was enormously high as well, because we couldn't hire any new folks to come and work for the state at the rate that we were willing to pay. And so what ended up happening is we had departments just consistently coming and saying, we would like to have some people in the state do this particular job, but if we try and hire at the salary that we're supposed to hire that person at, we're never going to get anybody. In fact, we've been trying for a year to get someone and we can't. May we hire this position at a slightly higher rate? And because oftentimes those were critical jobs to make sure that the state is continuing to do the work for the people of Colorado that we are committed to doing, we often said yes. And then what happened is you had a bunch of employees that had joined before we were willing to give this sort of this pay increase outside the bounds of the typical salary survey. And you had this separation for folks doing the same job getting paid very, very different rates. So this salary survey came in and it said, taking into account the security of a government job, taking into account the fact that para is reliable and in many ways a far better retirement program than Social Security, taking all that into account, what's the right amount to pay folks here in the state to make sure that we can retain the talent that we have and attract the talent that we need? And these dollars right here are what that salary survey said. So we have changed what's called pay compression, that difference between what we're paying folks that are doing the same job. We've addressed that challenge. We have increased rates for folks pretty much across the board to make sure that the private sector, though oftentimes still higher paying, is not so much higher paying that essentially it would only be out of a sense of duty and loyalty to the state that folks would stay in these jobs. So while I appreciate that the good senator from Monument is attempting to save some money here in the budget, and I do hear and believe that he values the work that our state employees do, we simply won't have as many state employees if this amendment passes, because they will leave the state. We will be unable to fill those vacancies, and we will not be able to provide services to the people of Colorado that they depend on. And so for those reasons, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The amendment says pause, no increase this year. And we have had no problem hiring people into the state of Colorado. In the last 6 years, we've made the following expansions. Department of Agriculture, 40 employees. Department of Corrections, 189 employees. Department of Education, 150 employees. The Governor's Office, 197 employees. Healthcare Policy and Finance, 385 employees. Human Services, 598 employees. Judicial, hold on to your hats, folks, 1,093 additional employees. Labor and Employment, 464 employees. Law, 187. The Legislative Department, 162. Local Affairs, 72. Military and Veterans Affairs, 883. Nope, rounded up, 884. Natural Resources, 350. Personnel, 80. Public Health and Environment, 517. Public Safety, 588. Regulatory agencies, 158. Revenue, Department of Collect the Taxes, 388, State, 37, Transportation, 3, and Treasury, 39. So we're not having problems hiring. We're simply saying, since we have a budget problem, let's pause the salary and lay that $44 million into other aspects of state government. So I'm rejecting out of hand the argument we can't get good people. Clearly we are. Those were the last 6 years increases that I just read off. So I urge you to hit the pause button.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I worked here, I worked 27 years with the United States Postal Service. And so when the Minority Leader spoke about a family member having worked at the post office, it perked my interest. And knowing what that was all about, I know before I started, a postal worker, and this was when I was going to school, a couple of my friends' dads were mailmen, they had the ability to collect food stamps while they were gainfully employed by the United States Postal Service because that's what the post office was paying. All the time that I was there, we were getting a regular increase. It was a couple of times because of our union contract, and this was a contract that we made with our employer. We got a stipend or a bonus instead of a wage increase. We got $1,000. They would give us $1,000. We would get no increase. And while I was there was the time, and I know probably most of you don't remember, the dot-com boom that happened. And when the dot-com boom was going on, wages were through the roof. Everybody, they were looking for quality people. They were paying hand over fist money. And working at the post office, we were getting a 0.75 increase on our wages each year. But we had our package of benefits, we had our leave time, we had our pension, everything, so you fought your way all through it. Now it's a little bit more, it's better to be a postal worker because you have constant work and we've set the bar. I think how I can kind of put that together with what is happening here with our state employees, that's the same kind of thing. They have gone through periods of time when they weren't getting the same kind of raises that people on the outside were getting, but they stuck it out. And so that's why I think this is a bad idea, and I would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment J27, the motion before the body is the adoption of J27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and Amendment J27 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the engagement on it. Good conversation, good perspectives. I move Amendment 59J063.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J63?
Amendment J63, amend printed bill, page 728, after line 4, insert
Minority
section.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this seeks to get at a similar element in a slightly different way. The bogey, the savings on this one's not as big. The last one was $44 million. This is $29 million. Nothing to sniff at. $29 million. And again, I begin with an acknowledgement, my highest praise for the employees who work for the state of Colorado. I appreciate who they are and what they do. My experience in private business was typically the benefits were shared. The employee paid some portion, the employer paid some portion. That's what I experienced when I worked for a big media company years and years ago. It was a shared deal. This last year, and the folks on JBC, you know, if you ask them about it, they will grimace at what happened to the benefits package, the health and medical package, just health and dental, went through the roof. And so what this amendment, Amendment 59, does is it says, in this time of difficulty, in this time of a state financial challenge, the employees should pick up not all of their health and dental expense, but only the increase, the most recent increase. You just pick that up. And quite frankly, you can never bind a future General Assembly. You can roll that back next year. It doesn't make it permanent. It's only for this budget. But this amendment, 59, says the employee picks up 100% of the increase in their health and dental benefit. Saves the state $29 million. Again, I'd put that in classrooms. Urge your support of Amendment 59.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing up health, life, and dental and the agreement that we have, because it gives me the opportunity to hear on the mic, on the floor, say thank you to Colorado Wins. We had an agreement that they negotiated with the governor's office that would say 100% of the difference, the increase in health, life, and dental, would be picked up by the state. And through conversation with the gov's office, through conversation with WINS, acknowledging the difficult financial times we find ourselves in this year due to the fact that we are up against that Tabor rationing limit, they had that conversation and they found for us in the budget the same amount, actually more than what this amendment would save. They found in the budget savings for us in the amount of $30 million. Now, those savings didn't come at the expense of pay for state employees. The across-the-board increase and the steps pay increase were both went into effect this year, but that savings came from a willingness to step back on actually health, life, and dental, and to say that that would be split at 80-20 between the state and the workers, even though they had negotiated and they had agreed and they had a contract that said they were going to get 100%. So this goes back even more on, I guess it would be a third deal, a third time that we would be asking state employees to take that hit. And you know, we already backed away from that 100% commitment once, and I deeply appreciate Colorado WINS for making that give. To back away from it even more now, I think I ask for a no vote on that. It is not fair to our state employees, especially when they have already given as much as they have. And so I appreciate them. It's great to hear. I do genuinely appreciate the expressions we're getting from the Senator Minority Leader on how much he appreciates state employees. I think it's deeply unfair to ask them to make this cut again after they've already agreed to something else. So ask for no vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment J63 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you. I move Amendment 60 from the budget packet known as J045.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J45?
Amendment J45, amend printed bill, page 728, after line 4, insert,
Mr.
section
Minority
22.
So we're going to leapfrog back past one bill and go back to the first bill I offered in this suite of 4 bills, or amendments. It goes to the step and the salary schedule. And it says instead of the 3% increase that's baked in, we in fact go to a 1.5%. So it's a split the baby kind of thing. I want to call out the fact that this is an echo of, or very, very similar to what we're doing for Medicaid providers. The folks who provide the health services to people on Medicaid, we at the last minute here, due to good offices of the Joint Budget Committee, as motivated by a certain Republican member of the Joint Budget Committee, are providing a 1.6% increase to Medicaid. This amendment simply says instead of 3%, let's make the increase for this year 1.5%, and it would generate for us $22 million. Again, I'd put that money in classrooms for the future as the people who are the adults in the room say, you know what, we're going to tip our hat to the children and put the money in education perhaps instead of into our pockets. I urge you to support Amendment 60.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do hope that state employees are listening to the appreciation they are hearing from both sides of the aisle today for the work that they do, even as there are amendments that would reduce what it is that we are paying to our state employees. We do deeply appreciate the work that you all do and the service that you perform to the people of Colorado. Again, I'll say the agreement that Colorado WINS had made with the governor's office and the changes that they had agreed to save the state $30 million, including, it wasn't 80-20, apologies, it was about 88-12, and the agreement to reduce the salary survey line by the personal services line by 1.5%, and the reductions in incentives for critical staffing. They worked really hard to find a way forward for the state so that we were in a better position this year given the challenges that we have. And so, again, for all those reasons, ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. I want to be clear to make sure that we're talking about this properly. This reduces the increase Instead of a 3% increase, this is a 1.5% increase. There is still an increase in the salary schedule with this amendment, Amendment 60. I urge the support of Amendment 60.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment J45. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment J45 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment 61 from the budget pack, also known as J054.
Amendment J54 is withdrawn. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are at the end of the amendments, I believe, but I wanted to come up and talk about something that's not an amendment, but to the bill itself. Talking about a footnote about wolves. So in case people aren't awake, let's start talking about wolves. We'll get people more interested here. But in all seriousness, I wanted to call the body's attention to footnote number 80, which is located on page 408 of Senate Bill 206. First, I want to extend my thanks to the good senator from Greenwood Village and the entire JBC for working with me on getting this footnote in the bill, in the budget, the long bill, prior to it being introduced. This amendment is very important, not only for the wolf reintroduction program and challenges that we face, but for our budget and for the money that this state spends. Because if you aren't aware, we're spending quite a lot of money to bring wolves into Colorado for a variety of reasons and things that money's being spent on. And I wanted to take an opportunity to sort of, because if we didn't talk about it now, it will be in the budget, wouldn't really be as read into the record, if you will. So this is footnote number 80 on page 408, and it's fairly brief, but I wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of what we are hopefully passing alongside the funding that's being allocated to the department for wolf reintroduction. It is the General Assembly's intent that the portion of these funds that are intended to be appropriated for the implementation of Proposition 114 not be spent on any future wolf reintroduction unless and until all state-funded preventative measures discussed by the Parks and Wildlife Commission as part of its denial of a citizen petition to halt wolf reintroduction during its January 8th, 2025 meeting are implemented to the highest degree possible to assist owners of livestock in preventing and resolving conflicts between gray wolves and livestock. These measures specifically include, but are not limited to, the placement of an appropriate number of trained range riders in all areas where wolves are physically located to assist owners of livestock in preventing and resolving conflicts between gray wolves and livestock, development and implementation of depredation response operation teams proximate to such areas, deployment of additional non-lethal conflict techniques, and implementation of site assessment in collaboration with the Colorado Department of Agriculture on carcass management programs to minimize attractants. This budget, Senate Bill 206, allocates $2.1 million for the wolf reintroduction program in Colorado. Small number in terms of the entire state budget, of course, but we've been talking today and throughout this whole legislative session about cutting dollar amounts much lower than that and how painful that's going to be. But we are making a decision at the urging of the Department of Natural Resources. It's their request to continue funding wolf reintroduction at $2.1 million per year. $2.1 million has now given us, over several years, so it's many more, 3 times that amount. We now have 29 wolves in Colorado that are killing livestock. I think just as recently as yesterday, we had a confirmed depredation in Eagle County. In case you aren't aware, I talk about it a lot. This has all happened entirely in my Senate district that I'm honored to represent over the last few years. And just a few months ago, the good senator from Montrose in his district, District 5, has received some of these wolves now too, as well as some of the depredations and killing of livestock. Now, the voters decided to do this narrowly in 2020, but I want to call attention in the context of the budget because I believe this amount of money and this program is going to get out of hand. We are going to continue spending unless we put guardrails around this and unless CPW actually implements the things that they say they're going to implement. we are going to be seeing a larger number than $2.1 million in our long bill next year. Not just to go get more wolves, which apparently the department says they need to go do again this coming season, but because more wolves are killing more livestock, and we are legally obligated, as we should be, but legally obligated to reimburse those livestock owners for their losses. When this program was first presented to the voters, the Blue Book said this would cost $800,000 a year, about $800,000 a year. We're already at 2.1. And that's just after 2 years of reintroductions, and apparently they're going to do another year of reintroductions and maybe more. And of course, these wolves will have offspring and more offspring and more offspring, and we'll have more killings and more killings and more reimbursements and more reimbursements. Money that could be going to things that we all want to fund. Money that could be going to public education, to roads, to Medicaid, to the many important priorities that our state has. Originally, the department said they would only need $350,000 a year at most to reimburse livestock owners in perpetuity for their losses. This past year, the first year they gave out reimbursements for livestock losses, they already hit $350,000. They're going to be coming back to the JBC and asking for more money for reimbursement too. I am disappointed that the CPW Commission did not decide to take a pause on reintroduction, which they could have done at their January meeting. We could have slowed down. We are under no legal obligation to do this amount of reintroductions every year. Despite what the department says, despite what the wolf advocates say, we are under no legal obligation to meet these deadlines. We have been racing to meet artificial deadlines this entire time, and we haven't been ready. We haven't had the things in place to prevent depredations before the wolves hit the ground. We could have. We should have done this the right way. And if we had done this the right way, we wouldn't have legislators down here running bills about this. You wouldn't have me down here complaining about this. I would much rather be focusing on other legislation and other priorities for my district. But this has now become an issue for my district and my constituents because we rushed this. The CPW Commission denied the petition, denied the ability to slow this all down on January 8th, but they did make commitments that they were going to do the 7 things that that petition asked for. And so that's why this footnote is here. This is the legislature saying to CPW, we are watching. You make these commitments at a commission meeting, but the legislature is paying attention. We want all 7 things to be done and implemented and working, or the JBC is not going to give you more money to go get more wolves from British Columbia and bring them down here to Colorado. Now, of course, we should not defund the program completely because there are now wolves on the landscape. Our ranchers and communities are dealing with those implications. They need financial and personnel support to deal with that. So funding this or eliminating this line item is not viable. But this footnote says, if you don't get these 7 things in place over the next year, we're not going to give you more money for new wolves. I don't think we should be giving them new money for new wolves anyway. We've met the legal obligations of Prop 114, in my opinion, long ago. But I am frustrated that we are spending $2.1 million this legislative session when the Blue Book said we would only need to spend $800,000. And in these very difficult budget times, when even $1 million, when even $500,000 is the difference between a program that helps Coloradans being continued or not continued, that we're spending more money on wolves. So thank you to the Joint Budget Committee for including this footnote in Senate Bill 206. To CPW, to the Department of Natural Resources, to the folks who have worked so hard to bring wolves back to Colorado, this footnote says you need to start getting it right, you need to honor your commitments, or you're not getting more money for new wolves. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to reiterate to the Department of Natural Resources and CPW, if you think you can bypass the footnote and you don't pay attention to it and you don't get those 7 things done, I will fight until we get the lines separated, and we'll make sure that you are not introducing any more wolves until you do get all those 7 things done. We will not fund that line, and it'll be a deal breaker. So we've been there, we've done it. If I have to stay till 2 in the morning, along with my colleagues, but I think they're probably going to agree with me, we will separate your lines out, and we will make sure that you follow the footnote. Just keep it in mind. I have a really good memory. I won't forget.
Senator Catlin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the JBC for taking up this issue and putting a footnote into this budget. Thank you to my good friend and cooperator and somebody I've worked well with from Frisco, right? Anyway, this is serious. The people in my district are concerned, deeply concerned. They got a whole load of new neighbors up there this last winter, and those new neighbors have already started making themselves at home. When we started talking about wolves, we thought that everyone was going to be a partner in this deal. And right now, it seems like only the members of my district are the partners. They're the ones that are putting in the extra time and sacrificing their livestock to a partnership. CPW needs to stand up and be a partner in this. Let's get these non-lethal things out there, get them done. Let's give this piece of legislation, voted on by the public, the best opportunity we can give it to make it work. And if it's non-lethal, but we'll make it work, then make sure that the people that are in the 5th District can live with them. That was what was promised. They signed petitions. They came to the CPW, to the Wildlife Division, to the commission, asking, please stop, please hold until we get this figured out. Please. No response. Then a vote. No, we're not going to hold. They were placing rules, it seemed like, at the same time those meetings were going on, or people were in British Columbia buying wolves at that time. So there's no sense in casting dispersions today. But there are reality in that district. There are a reality in Garfield County, in Pitkin County, and in Eagle County. And they've decided they're going to find their way through the rest of the Western Slope so far. So this footnote is one of those reminders that we're watching. All of us are watching. The men and women that own those ranches and that own those livestock out there, they're watching. They sent me here to watch too. And this footnote is one of those evidences that we are watching. And thank you to all of the folks with JBC recognizing how serious this is and agreeing to do something like this. If we're going to have a successful wolf experiment, it's going to take the state to live up to what they've said they would do. And that's part of this non-lethal thing. You know, we had one of our neighbors end up in Wyoming, didn't come home. They have different rules up there than we do. And you know, that's on people's minds. So let's do the best we can to make a project work, rather than just start forward and decide we're going to put them in and that's all it's going to take. Magic will happen after that. We can't afford to do that. None of the people in my district can afford to do that, and the state of Colorado cannot afford to do that. We're in tight times. And the agreement for $2.1 million seems like we are trying. Now, it's time for them. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 206. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 206 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 208?
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning the amount that the Department of Corrections covers for penal communication services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 208.
To the bill. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 208. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 208 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 210?
Senate Bill 210 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning repealing the 5-year appropriation requirement for bills that result in a net increase in periods of incarceration.
Senator Amabile.
I move Senate Bill 210.
To the bill, Senator Amabile. No? Seeing no discussion, the question before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 210. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 210 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 211?
Senate Bill 211 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning budgeting reports from the Department of Corrections.
Senator Amabile.
I move Senate Bill 211.
To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I heard this bill on appropriations, I was a little concerned about possibly costing more in the long run, because we always hear that when the departments have to do certain things more than what they're tasked to do, that they always want to either get more FTE or cost the department or cost more to fill out these reports or give more transparency. So I just would like to hear from the bill sponsors, because I realize that this is going to bring more transparency, but every time we do this, the department always comes back and says, we need more money in order to do these reports. So I just want to make sure that that is not going to happen.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bill requires DOC to report specified information on inmate population, bed capacity, vacancy rates, among other things, including classification. And we haven't been getting good data from DOC, and therefore their budget requests have been a little bit irrational. And so what we're hoping for is that going forward, the budget requests will actually better match the actual need. And one of the things that we see is that from year to year, their projections change in a fairly dramatic way. So that is the point of the bill, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 211, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 211. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 211 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Taggart and Byrd concerning the temporary use of the Centennial Correctional Facility South Sea Tower to house inmates during the Sterling Correctional Facility Access Controls Project and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-212. Ask for an aye vote.
It's a proper motion. Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L1?
Amendment L001, amend printed
Senator
bill
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L1 to Senate Bill 212.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just want to take a moment to recognize that this bill is concerns the temporary utilization related to Centennial South, CSP2. And so what this amendment seeks to do, and I want to extend my gratitude to both the Department of Corrections as well as the Colorado Criminal Justice Reform Coalition for having worked through what you see reflected here as being additional guardrails. Guardrails that will not lead to any additional resources being spent. We anticipate no additional fiscal note, but in recognition of this unprecedented potential shift, and would want to ensure that as issues at Sterling and other facilities are being addressed, that there are considerations put in place to ensure the ease and the temporary nature of said transfer of individuals. With that, I request an aye vote. I'm grateful to all the conversations that we've been able to have thus far, and thank you for your consideration.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Denver. She's absolutely right in what she said. So we are okay with this amendment. We'll consider it a friendly amendment. Understand from the department there is no fiscal note attached to this. And they did speak to how they would put together an incident action plan is what they call it. All these things would be included in there. So again, thank you to the good senator from Denver. We're an aye vote. Please say yes.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L1? The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L1 is adopted. To the bill. The question before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 212. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 212 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 213?
Senate Bill 213 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the use of the Broadband Infrastructure Cash Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 213.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 213. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and 213 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 214?
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning reimbursements for eligible meals provided through the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
I move Senate Bill 214.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there'll be an amendment at the desk. I just said it there for Senate Bill 214.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L2 to 214?
Amendment L2, amend printed bill page 7.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002 to Senate Bill 214.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is just pretty much a kind of cleanup to make sure that the bill is exactly how the JBC intended it to be, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment.
Is there any additional discussion related to L2? Seeing none, the motion before the body, Senatorial 5. Further discussion related to L2? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L2 to 214. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L2 is adopted. To the bill, there is another amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L1 to 214?
Amendment L1, amend printed
Senator
bill strike.
Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L1 changes the trigger in the bill as opposed to the total dollar amount generated by a new question on the ballot. It's the total dollar amount generated by both Prop FF and whatever else comes on the ballot. There is some concern that potential changes at the federal level may mean that revenue from Prop FF goes up and revenue from what is on the ballot goes down. This just simply looks at the overall picture and says, if there are enough dollars generated to fund this whole program the whole time, it moves forward as is. If there isn't enough, then the program changes.
Sounds cool. Do you want to move it?
I do. Not only do I want to move it, I will move it, and I do move L001.
That's a proper motion. Is there any additional discussion related to L1? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L1 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L1 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Michelson Janae.
Oh. Thank you, sorry. First of all, we appreciate the diligent work of the JBC to find continued funding for this critical program. Proposition FF is bringing in funding, but at present, it's not enough to fully fund universal meals. There has been a lot of conversations about healthy school meals this year, and we know a couple of things. One, the program was widely adopted by nearly all of our school districts, which is great news. We are feeding a lot of students. We know that reduces stigma, improves school performance, and the universal model is easier to implement for districts. Two, Colorado schools, like all of us, have also faced record high food prices and inflation, so our dollars are not going as far as we hoped initially. We face uncertainty, three, with federal changes that we need to plan for. The combination of these factors means that without this critical support in SB 214, we will not be able to fund universal school meals after this school year. Myself and others are working very hard to address these long-term challenges in another bill that will hopefully be in front of you soon. House Bill 1274 aims to set the Healthy School Meals program on sure footing for the long term and to meet the full promise and potential of the program. We will talk about that when it's in front of us. In the meantime, I want to thank the JBC for their work to fill this critical gap with SB 214 to keep the program going while we look for long-term solutions. High level, it authorizes $8.1 million in state education funds to cover the program through the end of the calendar year. This is not a complete or permanent solution, but it provides us with a critical resource, time. This time will be used to determine if voters support a measure to retain excess Prop FF monies, an additional measure to raise more funding for the program, and to assess additional changes on the federal level. This time will also allow schools, food advocates, and the state to do additional planning for what we will have to do if additional dollars are not approved by voters. SB 214 is not a perfect solution, but it is a critical piece of this puzzle, and I want to thank our JBC colleagues for their work to bring it forward and provide us with this time. Thank you.
Is there further discussion related to Senate Bill 214? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 214. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 214 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 226?
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning an extension of the renamed Complementary and Integrative Medicine Program for a person with a primary condition resulting in a total inability for independent ambulation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
I move Senate Bill 226 and the appropriations report.
To the Approps report.
In the appropriations report,
There is no appropriation.
there's no appropriations report. Okay.
No appropriation. To the
Because
bill.
we put the appropriation in the bill. Okay. All right.
Is
to the
there
bill.
any further discussion related to Senate Bill 226? Seeing none, the motion, sorry, was that a hand? No. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is Senate Bill 226. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 226 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to 228?
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning the creation of a cash fund within the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for premiums paid by individuals to buy into the state medical assistance programs for low-income individuals with disabilities, and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 228. Title says it all.
To the bill, is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 228. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 228 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title, Mr. Schaffler, to Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning Medicaid reimbursement for community health workers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 229 and the appropriations report.
To the appropes report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We basically struck the word making and substituted the word reducing.
Is there any discussion related to the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the appropes report to 229. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Senator Mullica. Oh, look at that. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L1 to 229.
Amendment L1, amendment.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L1.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment essentially funds our community health workers for another year. What Senate Bill 229 does is actually eliminated community health workers and the ability for them to be reimbursed from Medicaid in our state. And Senator Simpson and I originally ran that bill, and a lot of members in this chamber voted for that bill because we know the benefits that community health workers are to our community, all of our communities, rural, Front Range, wherever it is. They offer wraparound services, whether it's social services, whether it's transportation, other things that really lead to better outcomes for the people of Colorado and for the people who are getting care here in Colorado. We actually have data to show that for every dollar we spend on community health workers, we get $2.47 back in return. And so we have found some money in the budget here. It's $2.8 million to make sure that we fund these community health workers. Also working with the JBC, understanding the position that JBC is in. With the original bill having this money allocated already, this amendment also calls for that in future years, this is subject to appropriation, which allows that flexibility, I think, that the JBC is looking for. And so really trying to find some middle ground, but also understanding how important these community health workers are to our state. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor again to be up here with a good senator from Thornton. This was a priority bill last year in establishing community health care workers. And look, the state's invested reportedly up to $1 million to get us on the cusp of actually instituting this program the 1st of July. To pull the funding of it out from under it right now is a little problematic. Again, there's good evidence to demonstrate what these community health workers can do for us. Ultimately, in my mind, it was about keeping Medicaid or keeping people eligible for care, getting them the right care at the right time versus showing up at an emergency room somewhere for much needed health care. And the community workers, that's how I justified the bill and the policy in my mind the first time about their role in really helping us maintain and keep costs under control. I really hope you all will give a deep thought and consideration to supporting this amendment and letting this program unfold at least for a year and see how it goes. I would appreciate your support.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I support this amendment, and I ask you to support it too. In communities like the ones that I represent, these community health workers are a linchpin. They're getting people care in ways that they may not be able to get in other places. They're doing the job. They're keeping people out of the hospital and out of the emergency room. People are able to go get the care that they're needing. This is something that we should allow to happen. As the sponsors have said, let's give it that year. Let's find out, how is this going to work? We need this to work in my communities, in all of them. Whether you live in Aspen or whether you live in Olathe, these community workers are doing a lot of good. Please vote yes.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. I too rise in support of this amendment. FQHCs in my Senate district, especially down along the lower Arkansas, there's a lot of poor people down there. One for these health centers, some of them would not be getting care unless they went to the emergency room, and that costs us a lot of money. So these community health centers or federally qualified health centers are very, very vital, especially in my low-income communities. So with that, I urge full support of this amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I serve on the Appropriations Committee, and we heard Senate Bill 229 just yesterday, and I voted for Senate Bill 229, knowing full well what the cuts would be. But I greatly appreciate the good work from the senator from Thornton and the senator from the San Luis Valley, Alamosa, to be specific, that they've worked diligently and fairly with the Joint Budget Committee. This is an opportunity to give this program a fair chance. They are only 3 months away from fully implementing it, so they're really on about the 10-yard line. Let's give them a chance to see how the program works. If it works the way that it's hoped for, then they can, and they've got to prove their case. If they can do so, which I trust they can, then they can come back and we'll see what happens next year. So with that, I would urge and I vote on L011. Thank you, members.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, members, it's not that easy being on the Joint Budget Committee, and I'm not complaining, I'm just telling you. It's not that easy because we've had to try and find cuts. We talked this year about trying to glide into next year. You know what that means? It means we did not make all the cuts that we needed to make. We did about $351 million of one-time funds. One-time funds to cover our ongoing general fund costs. We actually only made probably about $50 million in general fund cuts. So while I can appreciate this, I understand there's a need, but this program has not started. It has not started. It doesn't start until July 1. And starting it in July 1, I'm just telling you, next year, probably even before next year, we're going to have to be looking at which cuts are we going to make. This year at the Joint Budget Committee, you know, we have to determine a forecast. And we picked OSPB forecast once again. It wasn't a unanimous vote, but it's what happened. And here's the reason why it got picked. Because it allowed us to have essentially $150 million more to spend. So when you see that razor thin $2.5 million in excess reserve, don't count on it. Should not be counting on it. When we took a forecast that is not the conservative forecast, it'd probably be just like last year. By June, we're $164 million short of our statutory required reserve. There are a lot of things that we didn't want to cut. There are a lot of things that we didn't get cut. We don't have the money. You know, I talked to the good senator from Thornton about this and said, what do you want to cut? I talked to you all before when we were on the floor and we were doing supplementals. Ask you all, what are your ideas to cut? To cut funding, not increase funding. We are still in a structural deficit. We did things in the budget with regard to moving money around, pots around, and I call it the shell game. It was like a shell game that we were doing. $277.5 million of increased taxes. When we put things into enterprises, you should think of that as we are increasing taxes, because we are. We're increasing expenditures. We've discussed this a few times. I don't know what all happens in the Democrat caucus. I do know what happens in the Senate Republican caucus. We don't have the funds. You cannot spend your way out of a structural deficit. If you look at the long bill and you look at table 8, it's on page 8, you'll see that our expenditures increased, and I'm only talking general fund, our expenditures increased by 3.6%. That is above the inflationary increase that we had. That's above. That's not us cutting. That's us increasing spending. We can't keep overspending. We can't keep increasing. We asked departments to come in with like a 10% cut. They didn't get there. Some of them got somewhat close, but they didn't get there. You know, we talk a lot about the Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance, so Medicaid, and we talk about education and how between the two of those, it's getting close to 70% of our budget. It's like 68 point something, 69% of our budget goes to those two departments. To get to $1 billion, we need the other 18 departments to do a 10% cut. That would get us halfway there. But this year we only glided in and we missed the runway. You heard us talk about it when we were in our SMART Act meetings. You heard us say that this year, phase 1, this is a multi-year. We're not out from underneath a structural deficit by any means. So everyone needs to stop being in denial. But you heard us talk about it in those SMART Act hearings. We're going to try and glide this year because then next year we're going to have to make more cuts, actual cuts. Trying to figure out how to get there. You know, one of our colleagues on the JBC said, gosh, we just need to rip off the Band-Aid. And I'm like, we better do more than rip off the Band-Aid because otherwise next year we're going to need a tourniquet to stop the bleeding. So every time you have an increase, and I know everybody says, oh, this saves us money. No, it does not save the state money. Medicaid is an insurance program. We're essentially purchasing insurance plans for people who are eligible. In some cases, 265% of the federal poverty level. The poorest of the poor, 138%. That's our main core of Medicaid. We couldn't even get to, the governor came in with, let me just start there. The governor came in with, in his budget proposal, to cut Medicaid. To cut Medicaid by $57 million. To cut it. We didn't agree to those cuts. Then they tried to decrease, no increase at all to Medicaid provider rates, no increase in the governor's budget request, none, which in effect is a 2.4% decrease because it doesn't keep up with inflation. We fought and pushed hard to get to a 1.6% provider rate increase. That was a big deal, but we still didn't get to 2.4. We still aren't increasing provider rates for those people who are eligible for this Medicaid insurance. We still didn't get it up there, 1.6%. And we were looking everywhere to try and get it up there, but we need ongoing general fund cuts. So when the provision here says, she'll transfer $1,400,000 from the controlled maintenance fund, That's not cutting ongoing general fund monies. And we still didn't increase the Medicaid provider rates the way we did. And we only did Medicaid provider rates. We did not do provider rates in other areas, like in CCAP, like in child care, like in child welfare. We didn't do that. So again, I appreciate the good senator from Thornton trying to work this through, but we either make the cut now or we will be making it later. This does not save the state money. This saves hospitals, some FQHCs, it saves them money. And it does. It does not save us money. You know, just because you bought something on sale doesn't mean you didn't spend the money. It's true. Well, it's true. So again, I know the good senator from Thornton is trying to work his way through this, but when I spoke to him, I told him we needed actual ongoing general fund cuts someplace. Where are those? I can't tell you the number of people who approached us. Different lobbyists, different patient groups, different provider groups approached us at the Joint Budget Committee. Save our program. Well, we're not saving all the other programs. What about all of them? This is just going to make it more difficult next year. I ask for a no vote on Amendment 001.
Is there further discussion related to L1? I have a long conversation about it. Seeing no further... Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L1 to Senate Bill 229. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L1 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 229. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 229 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 231?
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning the repeal of the Inclusive Higher Education Act and in connection therewith decreasing an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-231 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 231. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 231 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to 235?
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning repealing requirements related to funding emergency temporary care for children and in connection therewith reducing appropriations.
Senator Amabile.
I move Senate Bill 235.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 235. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and 235 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 242?
Senate Bill 242 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the division of unemployment insurance funding adjustments and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 242.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 242. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 242 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 245?
Senate Bill 245 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Byrd concerning modification of the authority of the Division of Housing to expend money from the Housing Development Grant Fund for administrative costs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 245.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 245. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 245 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 254?
Senate Bill 254 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the transfer of $5 million from the general fund to the Stationary Sources Control Fund.
You wish. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 254.
To the bill, is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 254. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 254 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 255?
Senate Bill 255 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the transfer of $6 million from the general fund to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 255.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 255. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 255 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 257.
Senate Bill 257 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning modification of the annual transfers from the general fund to the State Highway Fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 257.
Is there any discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this bill concerns me, deals with highway funding, and I want to call up Amendment L001. I want to move Amendment L001.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L1 to 257.
Amendment L001, amend printed bill page 2, line 13, strike 36 and substitute 50.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
I have a couple of comments on this. So this bill, normally we would be moving $100 million to the highway fund out of the general fund. That was pursuant to legislation passed several years ago. What we're doing here is we're only going to be moving 36 million over. My amendment would move 50 million over. I believe it's important that we talk about our highways before we just pass this bill. You know, our roads are not safe, and we need to be spending more money to keep these roads improved and upgraded. This amendment would send a message that we need to keep funding that program at an appropriate level. It's not the full 100 million, but it is 50 million. As I said, our roads are not safe. You know, just to give you a couple of examples, and I will mention actually tomorrow, I'm going to be introducing a bill, a late bill, to raise the penalty, and Senator Snyder is going to be joining me on that, to raise the penalty for careless driving resulting in death. And I think this is a function, the need for this type of legislation is a function partly of the fact that our roads are not safe. In the last 10 years, in Colorado alone, 1,131 people, pedestrians, bicyclists, others have been killed on our roads. Just in 2023 alone, the number's 156. This is just in Colorado, one state. And oftentimes, at times, this is law enforcement folks that are on the side of the road. They're doing their job, and they're hit and they're killed. And so I think in general, we need to pay a lot more attention to the safety of our roads, our highways. And so I offer this amendment to make it clear that we want to make sure we increase that investment. We keep that investment going at an important level. I think the people of this state want the money spent on the highways to keep them safe and operable. And I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment L001, ask for a favorable vote.
Further discussion. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members ask for a no vote on L001. If this amendment passes, we'll be $14 million out of whack in the budget, and because we are balancing our budget to this amount. So that is not a joke. That's very serious. And here's the thing. Senate Bill 21260 required that we do about $750 million of general fund transfers for the 10-year pipeline of projects. You know, the capital development projects that go through the transportation planning regions, work their way up. Said over the course of 10 years, we're supposed to do $750 million approximately dollars. That started in 2024, where we transferred $100 million of general fund over to the Department of Transportation to start doing those 10-year, those pipeline projects. Way it was planned in 21260 was, it was for the first 6 years, it was $100 million a year. For the next 3 years, it was $82.5 million a year. And for the last year, the 10th year, when we were supposed to make sure we had our payments in, it was zero. So our first inclination at the Joint Budget Committee was to flip it and do zero in 25-26. This is part of that one-time money that we found that we're balancing the budget on, but that was our first inclination to do that. We actually worked with the Department of Transportation to come up with that it would be $36 million in the first year, and then the next year it goes to $50 million, and then after that we divide it out over the next 7 years so that we are still meeting our obligation of that approximate $750 million. So we are not shorting transportation. We are not making it more difficult for the department to fund their projects, because they fund projects out of that 10-year pipeline. They fund 4 years worth of projects. So all they have to do is move their financing around. If they have any savings, it's not even an issue as they're working through this. But this is what we worked out with the Department of Transportation to ensure that there would not be any hiccup in funding projects, transportation projects. Folks, I spent 20 years on the State Transportation Advisory Committee. I spent 20 years chairing the Upper Front Range Transportation Planning Region. I spent 20 years working through transportation planning and understanding how this works. I would not have suggested this, because this was a suggestion I had at the Joint Budget Committee to try and find that one-time money. So again, this is something that we worked out with the Department of Transportation. We are not decreasing our obligation under 21260. We're just doing it and financing it a little bit different in different years. So I would ask for a no vote on Amendment L001.
Further discussion related to L1? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L1 to 257. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L1 is lost. Is there further discussion related to Senate Bill 257? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 257. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Ayes have it. 257 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 261.
Senate Bill 261 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning the administration of the property tax deferral program and in connection therewith reversing the 2022 shift of administrative responsibilities for the program from county treasurers to the state treasurer and limiting the applicability of the 2022 expansion of program eligibility to taxpayers whose homesteads are in counties that opt into that expansion.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 261.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just put an amendment at the table, at the desk.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L1 to 261?
Amendment L1, amend printed bill, page 2, line 3.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, what Senate Bill 261 is doing is it's a program, the Property Tax Deferral Program, that used to be managed by the county treasurers. And a couple of years ago, someone had the brilliant idea to transfer this over to the state treasurer. And a program that was running just fine through the county treasurers that got moved over to the state treasurer started costing us $2.6 million. $2.6 million. So this year, the treasurer came in asking and requesting requesting to go to CoreLogic, which is an IT program. It's like $1.8 million, which is a heck of a lot more than what this program is actually doing to help people defer their property taxes. So we decided to basically do 261, which is the property tax deferral program, and return it back to the counties where it needs to go. I want to move. I may.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. I move L0.
There you go.
Thank you. I move L001 to Senate Bill 261.
There you go. That's a proper motion.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And here's what the amendment does, is it's basically, from my understanding, talking with county treasurers who talked to our drafter on this, they needed some technical cleanups to make sure that they can have a smooth transition in bringing this program back into their counties. Worked with the Larimer County Treasurer and the Boulder County Treasurer to make sure that we got the language correct, had them speaking directly with the drafter to make sure that they had the language correct. They wanted to make sure they got some reporting things done, but again, it's really about making sure that there is a smooth transition so that they have an idea of what's going on from the state treasurer's office as they transition this to a county, back to the county program. So again, ask for an aye vote on L001. This is language that the county treasurers asked us to put in and amend into the bill so that there could be a smooth transition of moving this program back to the county treasurers.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the amendment L001. As a former county treasurer, I recall debating this bill originally, and it was working just fine under the county treasurers. And like the good senator from Brighton said, someone had a great idea to put it under the state treasurer and then start charging $2.4 million for a third-party contractor. I'm glad to see that this possibly might go back under the county treasurers who were handling it quite fiscally responsible, and please support L001.
The motion is the adoption of L1 to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L1 is adopted. Further discussion on 261, Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, first of all, I just want to talk about the importance of the program. This program, I think, is a great lifeline, especially to our senior citizens who are on fixed incomes, who've seen great appreciation in their homes. I personally deal with clients who take advantage of this program, and living on a fixed income, living with limited retirement resources, this has been a great buffer for them. And to be honest, they feel guilty for using it and want to pay it back. It's just the situation that they're in. So I'm glad to hear that First Amendment still keeping the program going forward. And if that amendment stays on this bill. But I have another amendment to this bill.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L2?
Amendment L2, amend printed bill, strike everything below the enacting clause and substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002.
To L002.
Thank you. L002 is a way to keep the money, the funding in a renegotiated contract for the administration of this program at the state level. Purpose of keeping it at the state level is transitioning the program or ending it haphazardly puts seniors at risk. Hundreds rely on this property tax deferrals in the long-term financial planning and taking out consecutive loans with different terms and interest rates. And those interest rates must be documented and kept with the program and kept with the homeowner. This entails complex accounting that requires advanced automation and technology solutions. currently administered by a leading technology firm, and the Colorado Department of Treasury has transformed a manual patchwork process into one that's entirely digitized and consistent in all counties. This amendment is a strike blow to keep the program at the treasurer, and it identifies where the funding is going to come from. And I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard a lot about this program and this almost $2 million that was being spent. What we learned was Colorado has 1,300 households who are using this program. 1,300. They don't even have that many signed up this year. They have less than that, but they're not. The sign-ups are still ongoing. That equates to a cost of, somebody will have to check my math, but about $1,600 per household just for this software program to run this thing. That doesn't sound like a good return on investment. It doesn't sound like a good value. It didn't sound like that to us. My treasurer from Boulder County reached out to me and said, we used to do this on our own. It was more efficient, it was more effective. We would like to take it back. And that was how we went down this path. And I think we're on the right path. And I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
The motion is for the adoption of L002 to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L002 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is adoption of 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 261 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 263?
Senate Bill 263 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Tacker concerning statutes governing spending authority and in connection therewith extending the repeal date of certain statutes that allow transfers and over expenditures in limited circumstances and clarifying which transfers between appropriations are for like purposes.
Senator Amabile.
I move Senate Bill 263.
To the bill, Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L1 to SB 268.
On Senate Bill 263 at the moment.
I apologize.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 263? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 263. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 263 is adopted.
Go.
Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 268?
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning changes to money in the marijuana tax cash fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Okay, thanks.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 25268. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 268, Senator Judah.
I have an amendment to 268.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L001?
Amendment L001.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L1 to SB 268.
So moved to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Colorado Cannabis Business Office, or CBO, creates new economic development opportunities, local job creation, and community growth for the diverse population across Colorado. This is especially the case for entrepreneurs. Additionally, access to startup and development funds has been an ongoing challenge for cannabis businesses due to the lack of access to traditional capital opportunities, banking options, and federal resources.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L1 because we have seen the ways in which the cannabis industry has shifted over time, has changed. We've seen the boom and bust, and yet for emerging entrepreneurs, not only here in Denver, but I do want to especially particularly highlight the entrepreneurs in counties like, I don't know, Crowley County, and counties where, rural Colorado, where their support as these emerging business owners are starting up, their support creates thereafter an outsized impact in rural communities across Colorado. What this amendment would do is ensure that there is funding for this 1 year to continue this important work. We ask for an aye vote and appreciate your consideration.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that in the Joint Budget Committee, we voted on this, and I was the only vote in support of maintaining this funding. But I will also say that after that, after we had decided not to fund it by a vote of 5-1, we spent 6 hours balancing the marijuana cash tax fund. And so if we are going to fund the Cannabis Business Office, we will now have to figure out a way to take money away from something else that is also funded by the Cannabis Tax Fund, the Marijuana Tax Fund. So I need a Senate 5.
Senator 05 has been requested. We have returned Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I can appreciate the good senators bringing this amendment forward. However, I just want to know which of these programs you want me to cut. Because apparently I'm going to have to find $4 million from the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund to fund entrepreneurs. So I just want to know, do you want me to take it out of early childhood? out of the Community and Family Support Program, the Social and Emotional Learning Program grants? Should I take it out of School Health Professionals Grant Program, or the Early Literacy Competitive Grant Program, or the Office of Dropout Prevention and Student Reengagement Program? Those are in education. Should I take it out of the, well, I could take it out of the governor's office. I'd be okay with that. But unfortunately, that only gets me $1 million.
In that case, I have an answer.
Okay, just a minute though. Because you're trying to find 4 million. No, wait. 550,000. You're right.
Yeah.
Well, I want to
Senator Gonzalez.
By all means, please take it out of the governor's office. Because it's only $550,000 proposed in L1 to cut. So I would love to earn your support, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Can we get your amendment changed? So make
It-
sure that, oh, we don't need amendment.
Senator Judah. Senator Bridges. Let's all meet and sing Kumbaya at the well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm here for you.
The $550,000 that is left in the Gov's office is a cut from the $1 million for a program that affects all different parts of our budget process that is about evidence-based budgeting. It is how we ensure that the evidence-based budgeting law that we require that the governor's office and all departments to comply with is actually complied with. So if you would like to fund it from there, you may want to run a companion bill, an orbital to the orbital, if you will, a moon. You could run a moon to the orbital, eliminating the requirement that the governor's office provide evidence for their budgeting requests. I think the state of Colorado would be poorer for that, but that would be an option for you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L01 to Senate Bill 268. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L001 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read Senate Bill 269?
Which is that 4 million bucks.
No, pass the bill.
Oh, sorry. Their motion is now for the adoption of Senate Bill 268. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 268 is now adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you now please read Senate Bill 269?
Senate Bill 269 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the transfer of $4 million from the general fund to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act cash fund.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 269.
Is there any discussion related to 269? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 269. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Ayes have it, and 269 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 270 to the bottom of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over 270 to the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 270 will be laid over to the bottom of the second reading, special order, second reading of bills calendar. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the Title II, Senate Bill 264?
Senate Bill 264 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representative Byrd and Sirota concerning transfers of money from certain cash funds to the general fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25264 and the appropriations report.
To the appropes report.
We appropriated appropriately for this appropriation.
Appropriate appropriations of appropriations, that's lovely. Is there any additional discussion related to Senate Bill 264? Committee report. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the appropriately appropriated appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the bill. Is there any discussion? Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'd like to offer an amendment to this bill, to Senate Bill 264.
Mr. Schaffler, there's an amendment at the desk. Will you please read L2 to 264?
Amendment L2, amend printed bill, page 4, line 7.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 264.
To the amendment.
This would amend the bill, page 4, lines 7 and 8, and strike $6,338,640 and substitute $8,838,640. This amendment will, as written, the bill transfers about $6.3 million from the Legislative Department Cash Fund to the General Fund. This leaves upwards of $9 million remaining in the cash fund. The balance of this cash fund is entirely general fund reversions. The legislature is fine to just sit on this amount and wait to spend it on furniture or new iPads. When we're asking other entities in the state government to make cuts, we need to take the initiative and make cuts to our own budgets and save and be responsible with money where we can. This amendment will transfer an additional $2.5 million from the Legislative Department Cash Fund, our cash fund, to the general fund to help the reserve. We've talked about the reserve a lot today, which may inevitably be overspent. This amendment still leaves plenty in the cash fund for the legislature to use. Ask for a yes vote on L002.
Is there further discussion on L2 to 264? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L2 to Senate Bill 264. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? No. The noes have it, and L2 is lost. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 264? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 264. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 264 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 247?
Senate Bill 247 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning tuition waivers for members of the Colorado National Guard and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I proudly move Senate Bill 247.
And the approps report?
And the approps report.
Okay, to the approps report.
We changed the bill only in terms of making it clearer what exactly we were doing to make certain folks more comfortable.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the approps report to 247. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The approps report is adopted. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Guard, ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 247. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 247 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 251?
Senate Bill 251 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning eliminating the Kidney Disease Prevention and Education Task Force and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 251
And
and the appropriations report.
to the approps report.
We added an appropriation, or we subtracted an appropriation. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion related to the approps report for 251? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the approps report is adopted. To the bill. Is there further discussion related to Senate Bill 251? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of SB 251. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 251 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 258.
Senate Bill 258 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning a temporary reduction in the road safety surcharge and in connection therewith, modifying the allocation of revenues from the surcharge to increase allocations to counties and municipalities during the temporary reduction.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 258 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Approps Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We altered the dates slightly.
Is there further discussion related to the Approps Report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That Approps Report is adopted. To the bill. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 258. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 258 is adopted. I'm gonna need y'all to vote aye or no more loudly, because I can't hear you.
Aye.
All right, I'm gonna do that one more time. All those in favor of Senate Bill 258, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There you go. 258 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 266.
Senate Bill 266 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the repeal of certain requirements that the General Assembly annually appropriate money.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25 and 266 and the Appropriations Report.
To the Approps Report. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were some chuckles earlier when my colleague said we reduced an increase in appropriation, but that is indeed what we did here. Money and in connection with making and reducing an appropriation.
Excellent. Is there further discussion related to the Approps Report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps Report. All right, guys, get ready for it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Oh, look at that. The Approps Report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Amabile.
No. No.
No. Is there any further discussion related to 266?
Got it.
Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 266. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
This is you guys.
The ayes have it. 266 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 262.
Senate Bill 262 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning changes to the amount of money in the Capital Construction Fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25 262 and the Appropriations Report.
To the Approps Report. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We changed some dates for when this will commence and worked with the State Treasurer to make sure we had the right dates in here.
Is there further discussion related to the Approps Report to 262? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 262 is the Approps Report is adopted. To the bill, is there further discussion? Senator Hendrickson. Mr. Schaffler, there is an amendment at the desk. Will you please read L3 to 262?
Amendment L3, amend Parent
Senator
Bill.
Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L3 to Senate Bill 262, and I'm happy to explain further.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier in the long bill, you all supported, well, not all of you, but the majority of you supported an amendment that took funding from the DRDC intake center and the fire suppression system that was funded there. That's $14.2 million that we removed from the capital construction fund. We put $4.9 million back for the phase one of the School for the Deaf and Blind, and the remainder was allocated for other projects that were cut through the JBC process. Thank you for supporting that. That creates a discrepancy between the long bill and Senate Bill 262. This L amendment rectifies that discrepancy, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll see this as a friendly amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L3 to 262. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 262's L3 is adopted. To the bill, is there further discussion related to 262? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 262. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 262 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, we thought we were done, except we laid over 270 to the bottom of the calendar, and we are now at the bottom of the calendar. So, Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to 270?
Senate Bill 270 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning nursing facilities fees collected by the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise, and in connection therewith authorizing the enterprise to provide additional services to nursing facilities in exchange for the fees collected and making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 270 and the appropriations report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Amabile.
Thank you. We made a technical amendment in the Appropriations Committee meeting.
Is there further discussion related to the Approps report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 270. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Approps report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly to intro what this bill does, we are expanding the current use of an existing enterprise, not a new enterprise, an existing enterprise, and we are moving nursing facility fee revenue into that existing enterprise. I think the existing piece is the key here, and ask for an aye vote on the bill, and there will be some discussion.
Senator Pelton-B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Existing enterprise. Existing enterprise. That's what keeps going through my head. Existing enterprise. I think it's called the Chase Enterprise, if I'm correct. My problem with this bill, and I said this in Approps, was the fact that we're going around Tabor again. Tabor, the very thing that's kept us from government expanding. The very thing that the taxpayers voted on for transparency with money, so government doesn't get too big. With the passage of Tabor led to the creation of enterprises, which are government-owned businesses that circumvent Tabor's financial restrictions and can issue revenue bonds. Colorado lawmakers have misused this designation to redirect public funds from Tabor-restricted entities into enterprise funds, resulting in dramatic increases in enterprise revenue. It's going around what Tabor was meant to do. The shift has significantly undermined Tabor's intended financial constraints, allowing for expanded government spending. So what we're doing is we're going to take $10 million this year and move it into this enterprise, and then it's $65 million next year and move it into the enterprise. $75 million, thank you. Oh, okay, $65 million into it. So.
We're on Senate Bill 270.
Yes, we're on Senate Bill 270, thank you. If we're going to do that, there needs to be transparency. There needs to be a way that the citizens can understand what's going on with their money. I already gave you, nope, I thought you were.
Mr. Schaffler, there's an amendment at the desk. Will you please read L2 to 270?
Amendment L2, amend printed bill, page 3, line 9, after
Senator
7.
Pelton-B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L002.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment places additional reporting and accountability measures on the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise, CHASE. Under current law, Chase's reporting requirements are only intended to inform the state about how the enterprise will collect the healthcare affordability and sustainability fee. Since this bill will expand the enterprise to include free fees from new sources, we find that the current reporting requirements are insufficient. This amendment requires Chase to submit a budget to the General Assembly detailing how they intend to spend their earnings. Since enterprises are a way to extract more from the taxpayers, this returns some control back to the people of Colorado. This amendment requires Chase to create and publish a 10-year business plan to its website so that the people of Colorado, who this enterprise earns its money from, can get an understanding of how their government will use their money. Additionally, this amendment requires Chase to maintain a public accountability dashboard on their website that will inform Coloradans on the enterprise's progress in implementing their plan. This amendment requires the enterprise to regularly engage with the public regarding its activities. This will allow everyday Coloradans including members of the disproportionately impacted communities, to have a voice in our government. The name of the game is transparency. We want the people to know how the government and enterprises in particular are spending their hard-earned money. This amendment ensures that the people know exactly how the enterprises will spend their money. That's exactly what this is for. If we're going to go around the people and we're going to circumvent Tabor, then we better put transparency in enterprises. Enterprises are an easy way to hide money. And the people of the great state of Colorado have voted for Tabor. They support Tabor by 70%, and we need to stop going around the protections of our taxpayer, which is Tabor. So I ask for an aye vote on L002.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I do find it a little ironic that this is the same senator who just a few hours ago came up and expressed concerns about additional reporting from DOC, worried that it might increase costs for DOC, God forbid. So just a little irony there. That's fine. Consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, as my colleague from Lundeenville likes to say. So, this bill is only on second reading in the first chamber. I have had concerns about transparency for enterprise myself for several years. We've talked about this in the Joint Budget Committee. I think there was some effort at some point to consistently apply some kind of transparency across enterprises. I am happy to discuss this over the next week. It'll be on second reading in the House next week. My assumption is if any amendments get on, don't know they will, but we can talk about this, work through this, have a conversation. This is the first time that I have seen this, so let's talk. It was on my desk this morning. Yes, today is the first time I have seen this. The bill, however, has been drafted and has been available for folks to look at for a while, and would love to have this conversation over the next week. So that's a yes. And ask for a no vote on the amendment for now. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If that had been a yes, I probably would have stayed in my seat. But given the fact that we're quibbling, I rise in support of Amendment L002 to SB 270. Colleagues, we are engaging in a significant debate. People of Colorado, heads up. An even bigger debate is coming your way. There are those that think that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights does no good. Then, of course, there are those of us who think that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights provides freedoms and protections and the ability for Coloradans to hang on to a little bit more of their hard-earned wages, the life that they pour out by virtue of the hours they spend doing things that are productive, hopefully, and make them money. This particular amendment to this particular bill fits into that question about do we want to protect the taxpayer bill of rights, or do we want to, in fact, steal things from underneath the taxpayer bill of rights and indirectly make more takings from the people of Colorado? The amendment simply says, do what you will, but at least show us, the people of Colorado, what is going on. I urge your support, your serious consideration, and you've heard, colleagues, that this is worthy of consideration. I would say the best way to consider it is to give it the inertia of being part of the bill. So let's accept this amendment and continue to talk. That's far superior to, maybe we'll accept it eventually, let's keep talking, and the next thing you know, 270, the bill has left the station, the conversation is shunted aside, and never to be heard from again. So let's put this into the bill so we actually can have a conversation. Do we want visibility or not? Do the people of Colorado deserve to understand and see or not? I argue yes, they do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion related to L2 to Senate Bill 270? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L2 to 270. All those in favor say aye. And opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L2 is lost. To the bill. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body, on the bill?
Hold on.
There's discussion, that's cool. All right, yeah. Senator Bridges, you want to discuss?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It's Senator Kirkmeyer.
Oh, look at that. Huh.
Everybody's
Cool.
talking
All
to me.
right, friends. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is not a JBC bill. Let me just be really clear. This is not a JBC bill. That explains everything, doesn't it? So here's the deal. Well, it explains everything about this bill. All right, here's the thing. I'm going to read from statute. Yeah. You know, there are things within the statute that we do actually have to follow. And, you know, remember in Prop 117, we talked about that if you create a new enterprise that is going to raise more than $100 million over 5 years, you got to take it to a vote of the people. Now, I just want to know, what is so wrong with taking things to a vote of the people? At least in this case, where you're trying to increase their taxes. If we put $65 million into an enterprise that effectively increases taxes by $65 million every year. So it's an increase in taxes. Hence, why I'm saying for this, we should follow the law. Because this is essentially, we're trying to fudge a bit here. We're trying to say, look, we want to put the nursing facility provider fee into the hospital provider fee. Okay, so let me tell you what the enacting statute for the hospital provider fee was. It provides business services to hospitals when, in exchange for payment of health care, affordability, and sustainability fees by hospitals. That's what this enterprise does, that we're trying to stick another enterprise inside of. Again, provides business services to hospitals when, in exchange for payment of health care affordability and sustainability fees by hospitals. Not nursing facility provider fees. It's not the same thing. It is not the same things. And I get it. It would be great to move this into an enterprise. So say my Democrat friends on the JBC. It'd be great to do that. But it's a nursing facility provider fee. It's not a hospital fee. It's not a fee that provides business services to hospitals. So basically, we're saying we want to add to the hospital provider fee enterprise. So here's what else the hospital provider fee does, and this enterprise does. It obtains federal matching money and returns both the healthcare affordability fee and the federal matching money to hospitals to increase reimbursement rates to hospitals for providing medical care under the state medical assistance program, which is Medicaid, and the Colorado Indigent Care Program, and to increase the number of individuals covered by public medical assistance, and the provision of additional business services to hospitals by consulting with hospitals to help them improve both cost efficiency and patient safety in providing medical services and clinical effectiveness of those services. Here's what else it's supposed to be doing: advising hospitals, not nursing facilities, hospitals. Advising hospitals regarding potential changes to federal and state laws. Hospitals. I'm just going to keep saying it because that's what the enterprise is for. It's for hospitals. Providing coordinated services to hospitals to help them to adapt and transition to any new or modified performance tracking and payment systems. And there's a lot more in that section C. But it is for hospitals. Providing other services to hospitals that aid them in effectively and efficiently participating in the programs administered pursuant to this Article 4 for hospitals. Providing funding for and in cooperation with the State Department and hospitals, supporting the implementation of a healthcare delivery system. It's all about hospitals. Everything in this enterprise, everything in the Chase fee that was enterprised years ago, it's a hospital provider fee. It is not the nursing facility provider fee. There are requirements of an enterprise in Colorado and in the Constitution. There is at least one important factor to consider. The Colorado Supreme Court has held the enterprises cannot levy taxes. So I'm not saying that this is a tax. If the fee is in fact a tax and not a fee, moving the fee into a Chase, into the hospital provider fee, would cause the hospital provider fee, this enterprise, to lose its enterprise status. Got to keep reading here. So the question is whether or not the nursing facility provider fee could be moved into the hospital provider fee enterprise and not cause a constitutional issue. The nursing facility provider fee should not be included in the hospital provider fee enterprise. It could cause the hospital provider fee enterprise in this section that is specifically providing business services for hospitals that pay the hospital's provider fee. It could endanger the enterprise. It could. If someone decides to sue the state over this, we could have an issue. So not only would you put this provider fee back into being under Tabor, you could endanger the hospital provider fee enterprise. Expanding the Chase statute to encompass nursing facilities would be a substantial change to the existing enterprise that would likely constitute establishing a new enterprise and be subject to voter approval. Remember that pesky little ballot initiative that passed? Prop 117, that said if you create a new enterprise, you got to go to a vote of the people. Especially, you got to go to a vote of the people if you're going to increase the provider fee more than $100 million in 5 years. So in year one, which would be this current year, it would be $10 million. In year two, it bumps all the way up to $65 million and continues at $65 million or more for year 3, 4, and 5. That is definitely more than $100 million. That is definitely more than $100 million. We are just going to jeopardize and put into question a provider fee that's been working, that was put into an enterprise years ago. But by adding a fee that would have the authority, the enterprise then would have the authority, and this would be new authority for the hospital. Again, looking like we're creating a new enterprise. They would be authorized to charge and collect a healthcare affordability fee for nursing facility provider fees on healthcare items or services provided by nursing facilities providers for the purpose of attaining federal participation. Nothing in that sentence says hospital. Nothing. The enterprise would use the nursing facility provider fee not for hospitals, not for any of those uses that I talked about that are in statute for the hospital provider fee, but to provide a business service to nursing facility providers, not hospitals. It would be for nursing facility providers, and I'm reading off of page 15 of what the provider fee would do. The enterprise shall recommend for approval and establishment by the state board the amount of the nursing facility provider fee. Again, we're not talking about the hospital provider fee now. We are adding a new fee for nursing facilities into an existing enterprise that is for hospitals, not nursing facilities. That's the problem. If this bill would have said, we're going to go to a vote and ask the voters if we could do this, I might have actually supported it because we were following the law. We would be following the will of the voters. The voters said, you want to create a new enterprise, which essentially we're doing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts here. Hospital provider fee, business that provides services in hospitals, is not a nursing facility provider fee, providing services to nursing facilities. But if we had said, look, we want a bill that says, hey, we're going to go to a vote of the people. I have nothing against going to a vote of the people. And I know some people in my party will probably call me a rhino for that, but heck, what the hell? I mean, what the heck? They're calling me queen of the rhinos anyways. But that's what the voters said. They said if you wanted to create a new enterprise, which in effect this is doing, it's not even close. It's just not even close. But if you want to create a new enterprise, we just got to go to the people and ask them. I don't know why we don't do that in this case. We are essentially saying we want to increase their taxes. And maybe in the scheme of things, when we're talking about a $20 billion general fund operating budget, $65 million, maybe they'd go for that. But they said, come back to us, ask us. Just ask us. And I think we should respect that. I think that we should respect the voters when they said, look, they didn't say no to enterprises. There wasn't a constitutional amendment change to Tabor that did away with enterprises. It just said, if you're going to increase my taxes by more than $100 million a year, in 5 years, by more than $100 million in 5 years, come ask us. Let us make that decision. Let us make that decision. That's what the voters said. So members, I'm asking you to vote no. And I'm doing this knowing that this will throw our budget off by $75 million ongoing. 65 million ongoing. 10 million in this current year. So we'll be out of balance by 10 million, which is, in an $18 billion budget, that would be considered a rounding error. We probably could find that to make sure that 24, 25 was balanced, and we could say it was balanced. But this is $65 million a year that we are going to have to find. And I don't take that lightly, but I also don't take lightly the law. And this is very clear. An enterprise was created. I don't know what year it was, but it was a while ago. It was created. It was like $500 million in these provider fees that have now ballooned. It was a while ago, might have been 8 or 9, but you know, at that time, I think it was like like 500 million. It was like $500 million, and it's ballooned above that. But it was about providing fees. It was fees where hospitals said, and the hospitals were in support of it, because they pay in a fee, we turn around and take it and match it with federal funds and give them the fee back, and it helps everybody out. So why don't we just go do that with our voters? Say, look, we're bringing in this fee, and voters, if you approve this, we're going to put it in an enterprise, and yes, it effectively raises your taxes, but what it also does is help us pull down federal funds so that we can provide those services, much-needed services, to those who are the least among us, the least fortunate among us. But the law was pretty clear. So that's my concern. If we do this, we not only are doing a work around the voters, which I'm adamantly opposed to. I mean, if you've been in on some of our JBC meetings, there are things I don't like that the voters voted for. But that doesn't matter, because we took an oath of office to uphold the laws of the state of Colorado and to uphold our Constitution. We take that oath. So there are things I don't like, but I don't vote no on them. I don't say, no, we can't use that funding there. Healthy Meals is one. The voters said they passed that Healthy Meals, Healthy School Meals for All initiative. And I agree, we got to fund it. The tax revenue that comes in off of that, we've got to fund it. We can't short it. The voters voted. On this one, the voters said, more than 100 million, 5 years, you got to come ask us. So I'm not going to belabor this, but what I'm really concerned about, if this bill passes, is that we will put in jeopardy an enterprise, and I think it was 2009, don't quote me on it, but I think it was back in that time frame, because wasn't it another Senate Bill 1 kind of thing back then? I don't know, but it was a while ago. It's been working. We've been pulling down additional funds. And let me tell you what we use that hospital provider fee for. We have turned it around. We have worked with the hospitals. We have expanded Medicaid under it, which, yes, that costs money, but we pay that all out of the hospital provider fee. And we get a really pretty darn good match from the feds. Not total 90-10, where the fee is paying for it, the 10%, and we pull down 90%, but it averages up pretty high. It's higher than 50-50 match. I do not want to put that in jeopardy. That would be devastating if we put that in jeopardy, even if it's just for 1 year or just for a period of time. It would be devastating to our budget. It would be devastating to people who are less fortunate than us, and there's always someone less fortunate than us. It would be devastating to them. And on top of it all, I am perceiving we would be in an enterprise. I am not an attorney. We all read the law, but I'm not an attorney. But it's not hard to figure out that adding a fee for nursing facilities to a fee that was for hospitals, it's not the same thing. And we are in effect creating a new enterprise. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 25-270.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 270. That's a trumpet fanfare. It's light outside. These sorts of things don't happen in the dark of night, as always alleged to happen. They happen in broad daylight. To the people of Colorado, $65 million in year 2, year 1 is just getting started, is moved out from underneath the Taxpayer Bill of Rights cap. That simply means your taxes are going up. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to walk through all the details of it. I'm just going to read the first page, or not the first page, but the first paragraph of the fiscal note, public document, that explains exactly how these things that a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, people will look back and say, wait a minute. How did that happen? How did all of that money that we pay in taxes get doubled or tripled or quadrupled over time? It happened because what was previously going to be government, or was a government operation, is now being moved into an enterprise and allows for more tax collection. Beginning May 1st, 2025, the bill shifts fee collection for nursing facilities to the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise, CHASE, within the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, commonly called HCPF. Because CHASE is an enterprise, here's the money slide, folks. This is the money shot, folks. This is what you want to listen to, folks. Because CHASE is an enterprise, fee revenue will be Tabor exempt. Whoop, taxes just went up. Colleagues, vote no. People of Colorado, be aware, this is how it happens. Your taxes are going up.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think we've had a really good discussion about this bill. And I know that the Chase fee is about hospitals, and I also know that my good colleague from Weld County did mention these things, but I feel like she kind of glossed over some of the things that the Chase fee pays for. And we talked about the expansion population. Those are adults who are poor, who are on Medicaid. And the federal government reimburses them at 90%, but we also get an extra 10% through the Chase fee. So those people are being insured here in Colorado at no cost to the Medicaid program. It also funds CHIP, which is our expansion for kids. And it also supports our disability buy-in program. And then just to talk a little bit about the legality, I mean, we, the JBC, didn't say, or our senator, my good colleague from wherever he's from, Cherry something. We didn't just decide to do this without getting advice and counsel from attorneys. And we believe this to be constitutional, to be legal, and that it will stand up to any kind of a legal challenge, because we don't want to put anybody's money at risk either, or any programs at risk. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to correct something I said earlier in case I misspoke. This bill authorizes the enterprise to provide additional services. It is not a change in substance of any kind of the enterprise. Just want to make sure I was clear on that.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 270. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 270 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report at 5:28 p.m. in broad sunlight. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have that one. And we will rise and report. Mike?
Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thanks, Mr. President. The committee met and we considered a lot, quite efficiently. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the report?
April 2nd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 206, as amended. Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 211, Senate Bill 212, as amended. Senate Bill 213, Senate Bill 214, as amended. Senate Bill 226, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 229 as amended, Senate Bill 231, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 242, Senate Bill 245, Senate Bill 254, Senate Bill 255, Senate Bill 257, Senate Bill 261 as amended, Senate Bill 263, Senate Bill 268 as amended, Senate Bill 258 as amended, Senate Bill 266 as amended, Senate Bill 262 as amended, Senate Bill 270 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Mr. Schaffler, please mark Senator Danielson and Senator Judah excused. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to SB 206.
Amendment S001, Senator Pelton B. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Pelton B. floor amendment, J35, Amendment Number 12 to Senate Bill 206 did pass.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to Senate Bill 206.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this does is that we don't need to go through it again, folks, but we're going to be asking to take away the lieutenant governor's salary of $74,537 for running the office of saving people money. And if it saved the people money, then she could have that, but I'm not sure if it does. So I don't think we need to be having a second salary for that issue. So especially in a time when the people of Colorado are having a hard time paying their bills, hard time paying their electricity bills, paying triple the rate for sitting at home during the hottest part of the day, especially if you're elderly or on fixed income. I don't think we need to be doing this with a second salary. So I ask for an aye vote on S001.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote on the amendment. When these additional duties were given to the Lieutenant Governor, they were beyond anything that had been asked of a Lieutenant Governor to date. She does bring together all of the various different agencies across the state that work in healthcare to ensure they are aligned, that they are working in the same direction, that there is not overlap in services they provide. There is a real value to this office and this role, and so I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. All duties you can do without taking a second salary. Everything. You can do that exact job without having a second salary.
Further discussion on S001 to Senate Bill 206. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S001 to Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators Bridges, Amabile, Doherty, Henriksen, Mr. Majority Leader, Colker, Cutter, Sullivan, Gonzalez, Ball, Wallace, Weissman, Kip, Winter, Michelson Janae, please add the president. With a vote of 17, with a vote of 17 ayes, 16 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, S001 is lost. There's a member of the desk, I think. Mr. Schaffler, please read S002 to Senate Bill 206.
Amendment S002, Senator Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's good to see you back.
Thank you.
Members.
Please move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry.
Just say I move
I move
Yes.
Amendment S002 to the Committee of the Whole.
Perfect. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your indulgence. Members, I spoke about this amendment a lot earlier today, and it has to do with the Recovery Audit Contractor, or RAC program in the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. And I'd like to just give you a little bit more background information. I've been around the room and chatting with folks, and I really appreciate everyone's time on this. But I want to hearken back to the 2023 legislative session and a bill that was passed. It was House Bill 23-1295. And that bill created an audit of the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing payments to providers. This bill came from the Joint Budget Committee because they were very concerned about information that had been provided to them by healthcare providers and other issues that were kind of going on. And this bill required an audit of HCPF and the RAC program. So fast forward to the audit itself, which was delivered last summer. That audit was conducted by a company called Barry Dunn. The state auditor doesn't always complete all of the audits. Candidly, they don't have the staff or the time. And so this particular audit was contracted out. And I'm just going to read you, because I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not making this stuff up. This is important. 3 of 31 audits conducted by HCPF's RAC applied inconsistent, unclear, or outdated policies, which resulted in some inaccurate findings and inefficient use of HCPF and provider resources for findings that were rescinded. HCPF pays its RAC contractor based on overpayments found through audits, even if they're not recovered from providers, which is contrary to federal and state requirements and could incentivize overzealous audits. This is what I was talking about earlier. I could read on, but I think we all want to get out of here. And I hope to facilitate that. But I ask for your aye vote on this amendment. This amendment, again, reduces $1,845,000, 400 and some change, from the line item that pays contingency fees for the RAC program. So this is, it's a good amendment. HICPUF has been overpaying its contractor contrary to state law. And I would very much appreciate your consideration of this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion on S002 to Senate Bill 206. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S002 to Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators Amabile, Cutter, Sullivan, Ball, Doherty, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Mr. Majority Leader, Gonzalez, Weissman, Wallace, Bridges, with a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, S002 is adopted. There's a member of the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S003 to Senate Bill 206.
Amendment S003, Senator Pelton B. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Pelton B. floor amendment, J36, Amendment number 38 to Senate Bill 206, did pass.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S003 to Senate Bill 206.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, members, what this does is, again, it just takes our own legislative increases away. So, just asking that we take our increases away at a time when the people of Colorado it's hard for them to afford, again, utility bills, grocery bills, fuel bills, everything. When it's hard for them to afford that with inflation and everything else, we're going to not take our increases. We're not cutting our salaries. We're just not taking an increase. That's what we're talking about. That's what this amendment will do. Again, I'll say it again, in 2020, when we were doing the budget for 2021 in Logan County, I did not take my increase because I could not look at those folks in the face and say, oh, I'm sorry your business was closed, but I'm still going to take my increase. That is not how you lead. And that's how we should be leading here, is by not taking our increase. So I ask for an aye vote on S003.
Further discussion on S003. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S003 to Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators Doherty, Snyder, Sullivan, Marchman, Wallace, Ball, Weissman, Amabile, Kip, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Winter, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Bridges, please record Senator Marchman as an aye vote on S003. With a vote of, please mark Senator Rodriguez as a no vote. Please add the president. With a vote of 17 ayes, 16 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, S003 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S004 to Senate Bill 206.
Amendment S004, Senator Liston moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Liston floor amendment, J59, Amendment Number 8 to Senate Bill 206 did pass.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move S004, Amendment to Senate Bill 206.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, feel like, I won't say a broken record, I feel like a record that down here just trying to inform you, I have gone around and spoken to many of you over the course of this morning and this afternoon and this evening about the National Cybersecurity Center. And now that I have most of your undivided attention, I just want to kind of go over some of the details about all of the good things that the National Cybersecurity Center does for the people of Colorado. Not in any particular order, but just last year alone, they provided over $1 million in scholarships for underprivileged, under-resourced individuals to various camps. They have impacted over 1.5 million Coloradans through their operational impact assessments of coming into the communities, your communities, and training the elected officials and others on cybersecurity, which is so important. They've also trained and graduated some 600 students and awarded industry-level industry-level certificates. They've supported over 70 internships and hosted over 50 cyber summer camps where they've trained underprivileged children and others. These are people in your districts. These are in your districts. This is an opportunity, before I get into the numbers, this is a real opportunity, members. This is a real opportunity to reward success. The success of the National Cybersecurity Center over the last 9 years. This puts jobs and careers and futures of our youth and people over people that, quite frankly, have earned their way into prison. You just don't get into prison just by happenstance. I'm not here to knock the people in prison, but this is an opportunity. You know, the old adage, if you really want to help somebody, give them a job. And that's what the National Cybersecurity does and proves each and every day, is they don't just give jobs, they give careers to people. So what this amendment does, members, is it moves a mere $436,000 from the outdoor recreation line item of $8.7 million. They'll still have $8.3 million for their outdoor activities. $8.3 million. It's not cutting them off. It's only 5%. That's all we're asking for versus the National Cybersecurity that lost half their funding, $2.6 million. So, members, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment S004. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of Cal Amendment 4. Colleagues, I was there as a member of the House when we gave birth with broad support to this program. It was meaningful and important then. It's even more meaningful and important today. This is a slight reallocation of priorities. You just heard the amendment sponsor describe it. And he's asking for 1/10 of what we provided when we stood this program up. He's asking for a small amount and a reallocation, a reprioritization that makes so much sense. I urge your support of Cal Amendment 4.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. We spoke about this a little bit during second reading, and I think the work that the National Cybersecurity Center does is second to none. There is no question it is an extremely impressive piece of cyber infrastructure here in our state. Metro also has an incredible cybersecurity center. Metro here in Denver, they have a cyber range. They do a lot of work on cyber. CU has an incredible cyber program. CSU, really across the state, you see investment by our institutions of higher education in cybersecurity. What this amendment says is that we should take money from OREC and we should give it just to one of these institutions, just for one of these programs. And as we discussed on the Joint Budget Committee, these institutions of higher education are commercial entities. They respond to the needs of the market. If there are a lot of students interested in earning a cybersecurity degree, they are moving into that, and it is the responsibility of the institutions to adapt to that need. And they have. They are investing in this, and they will continue to invest in this, whether we vote yes on this amendment or not. So I would just say, from a sense of fairness across the state, from a sense of, what is it that we are incentivizing at our institutions of higher education? Nurses, yes. Teachers, yes. We don't have enough of either of those here in the state. Cybersecurity professionals, we do. We are fulfilling the need that we have in our state. It is not the role for taxpayer dollars to be incentivizing and subsidizing this particular area, especially in a year where we had to cut $1.2 billion from our budget. This funding is half, would make up for half of the cut that we made to food banks and food pantries. I deeply appreciate the role the National Cybersecurity Center plays, and I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I'll just say in closing, I spoke to many of you throughout the day, and all I ask is that for all of you that I spoke to, I appreciate your vote and support and your honoring your commitment. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion on S004, the motion is the adoption of S004 to Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators Doherty, Mr. Majority Leader, Cutter, Sullivan, Ball, Amabile, Wallace, Gonzalez, Winter, Michelson Janae, Henriksen, Weissman, Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Colker, please make Senator Colker an aye vote. With a vote of 19 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, S004 to Senate Bill 206 is adopted. There's a member of the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S005 to Senate Bill 206.
Amendment S005, Senator Lundin, moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin floor amendment, J32, Amendment Number 52 to Senate Bill 206 did pass.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Colleagues, there are a limited number of honorifics that you earn, gain, gather in your service in the General Assembly. If you're fortunate enough to serve in the Senate, you will be called for the rest of your life senator. If you're fortunate enough to serve in the House, sorry, you no longer get called representative when you leave the building. However, if you are the Speaker of the House, for the rest of your life, you'll be known as the Speaker, unless you become a budget director. Then you will still be known as the Speaker. Earlier this evening, or earlier this afternoon, or maybe it was late morning, I forget exactly when, I got the record wrong. And I must now clarify the record. I said Pat Stedman, when he served on the Joint Budget Committee, was the one who defined footnotes to the budget as letters to Santa Claus. In fact, it is the royalty-seeking speaker, Mark Ferrandino, that coined that term. And I, colleagues, am asking for your support on a letter to Santa Claus now. We spoke about it earlier, and I'm shifting from my fun edification of the body and the institution moment into the serious nature of this particular letter to Santa Claus. If it's the least we can do, we should do this for people who suffer from rare diseases. They call these diseases frequently orphan diseases. They're associated with populations of individuals suffering life-debilitating experiences so small that the costs of serving them are frequently very high. And if we, in fact, do things that prevent the individuals, the companies, the scientists that develop the therapies, if we do anything that slows them down or diminishes their desire or ability to develop these treatments for rare diseases, I believe we are making a mistake, and we are putting people who are already suffering great risk into greater risk. This footnote to the Joint Budget Committee's budget, now our budget, would simply say that the PDAB, the Pharmacy, it's late in the day, Prescription Drug Affordability Board, not set an upper limit for rare diseases, also known as orphan diseases, and plasma-derived treatments. It's not a matter of policy. It's not a matter of thou shalt not. It's simply guidance that is human in nature, that is decent, I believe, in the nature of all those serving in this chamber. I urge your support of Amendment 5 to Senate Bill 2, or Cow Amendment 5 to Senate Bill 206. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minority Leader. Mr. Minority Leader, I'm not sure if you moved the amendment. And so a couple of things, members. The Minority Leader, being a veteran in the legislative process, will be fined $2.50 for not moving the amendment, and also additional $2.50 for referencing a member of the lower chamber who was in our lobby. A member of the lower chamber. That's $5 total. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Senator.
Excuse me.
Former member.
Yeah, he's.
Senator, Mr. Minority Leader, you want to help yourself?
Yeah, I'd love to help you out. You know, a little bit of self-flagellation here. Are you kidding me? A $5 fine for that big of a mistake? I'm at least $10. I mean, the reality is, I move Cow Amendment 5 to Senate Bill 206, and I will impose upon myself a $10 fine, $20 fine on myself.
$20 fine unless another individual has a different idea of a higher number. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out that it is far worse than referring to a member of the lower chamber in the lobby right now. He's in fact a member of the lower floor. So I think 20 is not quite adequate at that. However, as I pointed out during a joint budget committee hearing recently, we refer to him as Speaker Ferrandino, not Director, because we give him the highest honorific that is available to give him, and that is by far Speaker and not Director. So Speaker Ferrandino may have called these letters to Santa Claus. I mean, he also works for the lower floor now, so I don't know how much really faith we can put in that. But regardless of the legal impact of footnotes, and I will acknowledge footnotes do not have the power of law. However, in many ways they are threats from the Budget Committee to the executive branch saying, do this, or next year you may not see the funds that you saw the prior year. There was at least one time that I've been on the Budget Committee that a footnote was, from my perspective and the perspective of staff and the perspective of everyone who looked at it, except for the people that were implicated, was a violation of the footnote. And we, I think, in a moment of grace, simply slapped the back of the hand for the offending institution. They proceeded to get in a public fight in the Colorado Sun. We get along now mostly, but it was ugly. Violating footnotes has consequences. So even if they are not the same as passing a bill, they do have deep and important meaning for the executive branch as they carry out their duties. And I would ask for a no vote on S005.
Further discussion on S005. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. I move Cow Amendment. No. Would that it were so. The reality is this is guidance. It's a footnote in the budget. Colleagues, on behalf of people suffering from rare diseases, I urge and I vote.
Further discussion on S005. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S005 to Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators Weissman, Colker, Doherty, Exum, Amabile, Sullivan, Henriksen, Amabile again, Ball, Mr. Majority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Cutter, Wallace, Gonzalez, Kip, Winter, Bridges. Please add the president. With a vote of 16 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, S005 to 206 is lost. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Danielson to the roll. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Is that a no vote, Senator Baisley? Okay. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 206 is amended. Senate Bill 208, 210, 211, 212 is amended. 213, 214 is amended. 226, 228, 229 is amended. 231, 235, 242, 245, 254, 255, 257, 261 is amended. 263, 268 is amended. 269, 264 is amended. 247 is amended. 251 is amended. 258 is amended. 266 is amended. 262 is amended. And 270 is amended. Passed second reading in order and gross place accounted for third reading and final passage. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 1001, House Bill 1136, House Bill 1277, amended as printed in House Journal, April 1st, 2025. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bill 73, amended as printed in House Journal, April 1st, 2025. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 60, Senate Bill 62. In response to the request from the Senate for a conference committee on Senate Bill 199, the Speaker has appointed Representatives McCluskey, Chair, Duran, Puglisi as conferees on the first conference committee on Senate Bill 199. The House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 18.
Message from the Revisor.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1001, 1136, and 1277. Without comment as amended Senate Bill 73.
Signing of bills.
The President has signed Senate Bill 3, 15, and 33.
Announcements. There he is, y'all. Coming down the middle aisle. There he is. Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it has been noted on the website, but just for the record, Senate Health and Human Services is not meeting tomorrow afternoon. Just want to be clear, so anyone listening in.
Further announcements. Seeing no further announcements, there is one more announcement. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, colleagues. A little announcement for planning purposes, tentatively, depending on my good colleague, the Minority Leader. The Senate is tentatively will be closed on Good Friday, April the 18th for Easter weekend. On that note, Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. Thursday, April 3rd, 2025.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn until 9 a.m. on Thursday, April 3rd, 2025.